Okay, so we'll start in a few minutes. There's a lot of people joining us today. It's basically like all of the eighth grade, so that's really fun. It's like one big, huge class. Um, and yeah, okay. So I'll introduce myself. Hey guys, my name is Amrin. I teach one of the eighth grade SHSAT classes, as you guys are in. Okay. And I usually do it in person. I don't do it on Zoom. So that's why like some of you guys like mentioned the whiteboard, but I don't use like the whiteboard feature on Zoom. And yeah, I mean a little bit about me. I've been working at Kweller Prep for about 4 years now. Okay, so I know the SHSAT like in and out. Okay, so I have plenty of experience with this and hopefully can help you guys get into your specialized high schools. Okay, so just some like rules, I guess, for today because we have such a big Zoom is please keep muted, okay, and then like use the raise hand feature. If you have any questions or feel free to use the chat, but just please don't spam the chat or anything today, okay? Because we have way too many people and then I won't get to see your messages, okay? Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, cool. So we'll just wait a few minutes to get settled and then we'll start. Probably in like 2 minutes, I think, because we do have to get through the whole test and everything. Yeah, we're gonna try to get through all of the exam questions. That's a good question. Um, okay, so we'll start with the reading. I think I was looking kind of at the scores. A lot of people found the reading on test C harder. Do you guys agree, disagree? Like who thinks reading was harder? Agree. Yeah. Yeah, the reading on this exam was definitely more difficult than the math exam. Yeah, so we're gonna go over that section first because it will take a little bit longer and then we'll do the math section after. Okay. Sammy, do you have a question? Sammy Kobus? No? The test scores, yeah, you were supposed to get them via email, like yesterday or today, depending on your instructor. If you haven't gotten them yet, they'll probably send them like later today. Yeah, someone just got theirs. Sammy, do you have a question? Your hand is raised. No? Oh, okay. So for Stuyvesant, you want like as close to a 47 in both sections. Okay, so in terms of scaled score, that's usually around a 560 every year. Okay, okay, it's 510. I think we can start going over the exam now. And anyone who's late will just kind of follow along. Okay, so The link to submit your answers to fall test C is in your yellow packet, the syllabus packet. You'll find it in there. Okay, so everyone, please take out your exam. And then we're going to start with question 1. Okay. So I'm going to screen share from my iPad. Okay, so just let me know if you guys can see my screen, okay? Oh, what happened? Okay, let's see. It's kind of lagging. Okay, now can you guys see the screen? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay. So, Nanami, do you have a question?
Yeah. Is it possible if you can like show all of the answers so that we can mark what we got wrong before we start?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Screen though, so just give me a second, okay? Actually, wait, I think I have them. Oh, I don't have them. Okay, one sec. Okay, any other questions? Ilona?
Hi, sorry. I just have a question. How
Yeah.
many questions will we need to get right to get into Brooklyn Tech? Like around
Into which school? Sorry.
Brooklyn Tech?
It kind of depends every year. You need around like, I forget what the requirement is. I think kind of like the 510-ish or 500s.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
so that could be kind of like the high 30s. Any questions about any schools, please say for after we get over the exam. And this is also something that you can find in your yellow packet as well. Okay, guys? Actually, what I think I'll do is I'll shout out the answers as we go through because it's going to take too much time if we do all that at once. Okay, so let's go back to the exam.
Are we starting with math or ELA?
We're starting with ELA. First question. Okay, can you guys see the screen? Yes? Okay, cool. So let's start with number 1. I'm going to move this. So it says read this paragraph, okay? And which sentence should be revised to correct an error? So let's just start reading this, okay? It says a contagious respiratory infection. People infected with the seasonal flu virus feel miserable with fever, chills, muscle aches, and fatigue. Okay. I see a mistake in this sentence already. Okay. Does anyone know what kind of mistake is here? You can like type it in the chat or, yeah, Amelia.
So in sentence 1, it's a misplaced modifier.
Exactly. Right. So we look here, right? A contagious respiratory infection, comma. When you have something like this, right? This transition phrase followed by a comma, right? And the noun after, it makes it look like people are the ones being infected, right? people infected. People are the infection, but that's not true. They're trying to say that the flu virus is a respiratory infection. So that's why this is choice A, right? Should be flu. Okay, any questions on number 1? Okay, cool. Let's go to number 2. Yeah, Adam.
So for the also at the end of sentence 1, you could see that it says with fever, chills, muscle aches, and fatigue. It's supposed to say fevers or something.
No, fever is fine. You don't say I have fevers. You say I have a fever. Fever kind of stays singular, even if like you have it multiple times a year. Good question. Okay, let's go to number 2. It says, read this sentence. The heavy, bulky box contained an invaluable relic that could be traced to the ancient Egyptians, but John, unaware of its contents, broke it by sitting on the box. Okay. Just to kind of speed things up, I might talk through some questions more rather than like, okay, like what'd you guys get for this one? Because like of timing, but still feel free to type in the chat like what you got for this question. Okay. Okay. So let's look here. We see this, right? When you have 2 adjectives next to each other, you need a comma. Okay, if you're not saying like and, you need a comma, right? Also, you need a comma right here before but, because this is what's known as a comma fanboy. The first part of the sentence, right, the subject is talking about this really heavy box that could be traced to the ancient Egyptians. But then we change it, right, by saying but, we change the subject to John. So we need a comma here after Egyptians, okay? And remember that comma fanboys stands for and, nor, but, or, yet, or so. Okay, so you need commas here. Yes, all the time before one of these fanboys, you need a comma, but only if you're changing the subject of the sentence. Okay, so like, see how here we started talking about the box, but then halfway through the sentence, we start talking about John, right? Those are 2 different subjects. So that's when you would put a comma before the fanboy. Okay, any questions on number 2? Any other questions? The only exception is like when the subject does not change. Like you're still talking about the same person. Okay, let's go to number 3. Okay, it says which sentence contains an error in its construction and should be revised. So if we look here, okay, sentence 4 has this random period. So technically, if you were to read this out loud, it would be like, you deserve some peace. This is the best place to get it, right? Because a period would indicate a pause, right? But you can't have a full sentence by just saying you deserve. So that's why sentence 4 is incorrect. Choice D, yeah. Okay, any questions there? Okay, cool. Okay, number 4, okay, read this paragraph. Yeah, a lot of students thought it was a typo during the exam, but that was an intentional typo or mistake, right? Like a easy mistake to spot. Okay, number 4, read this paragraph, okay? And they're asking about an inappropriate shift in pronoun, right? So remember that pronouns are like she, her, they, or it, right? So here, let's read and let's see where we can kind of see that shift. Okay, it says, with a rover named Curiosity, Mars Science Laboratory is part of NASA's Mars exploration program. They are part of a long-term effort of robotic exploration of the red planet. Curiosity was designed to assess whether Mars ever had an environment to support small life forms called microbes. In other words, its mission, okay, and we also see they, so I'm going to circle the pronouns here, okay, is to determine the planet's habitability, right? So someone's asking, what does it mean? Like, what is an inappropriate shift in pronoun? Basically, like they're asking, right? Which sentence has like the incorrect pronoun, right? Where they kind of randomly change it to the incorrect one. So this whole paragraph, right, we're talking about the Mars exploration program, this rover named Curiosity, right? This is not a real thing, right? It's a non-living thing. And it's singular. So the pronoun that should go with something that's non-living, something that's singular, is it, right? So that means sentence 2 has a mistake. It should be, it is part of a long-term effort, okay? Gabriella, question?
Yeah, what about the like error at the end of sentence 4?
Where's the error at sentence 4? Oh,
Like
here?
it ends with the colon and there's
Oh, okay. I think this might have been a typo, or this paragraph was taken from like an excerpt and they just cut off the rest of the sentence, right? But something important to note, right, is the question is asking for a specific type of error, right? A shift in pronoun. So that means we don't really need to focus on this mistake here, right? Because that won't answer the question. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay. 1 was A and 2 was G. Okay. Okay, let's go to number 5. So read this paragraph. Okay, and it says what edit should be made to correct this sentence? So I guess they mean like which sentence should be corrected. So let's just read a little bit. It says Jupiter is the 5th planet from our sun and the largest planet in the solar system. Its stripes and swirls are cold, windy clouds of ammonia and water. I already see a mistake here, and it's right after cold, because remember, when you have two adjectives, okay, next to each other, and you're not saying like cold and windy, just cold, windy, you need the comma to separate the two adjectives. Okay? All right, let's go to number 6. Okay, so here we had this passage about like waste food, right? And how we can reduce waste food and how that could be good for the environment. Okay, someone has a question on question 5. So they asked, wouldn't sentence 1 have an error due to fanboys? No, because remember, comma fanboys are only used when the subject is changing. The subject means someone who's doing the action, right? Here we're talking about Jupiter is the 5th planet and the largest planet. So both parts, right, before and after and, are about Jupiter. So this is not comma fanboys. This is just a regular like and. Okay. Okay, let's go to number 6. It says, which sentence should replace sentence 4 to best introduce the main claim of the passage? Okay. Another question on question 5. Okay, another comma fanboys. Okay, so someone asked, why is C incorrect on number 5? Okay, so let's reread sentence 3, where it says delete the comma after helium. It says the atmosphere is mostly hydrogen and helium, comma, and its iconic great red spot is a giant storm bigger than Earth that has raged for hundreds of years. Okay, so it says, we start by saying the atmosphere, right? We're talking about the atmosphere being mostly made of hydrogen and helium, right? Comma, and its iconic great red spot is. This is a giant storm. This is describing the great red spot, right? Therefore, we change the subject. The first part of the sentence is talking about our atmosphere. The second part is talking about the great red spot. Just because it starts with it doesn't mean the subject didn't change, okay? You have to look at the rest of the sentence, okay? So that's why this is an example of comma fanboys, because we change the subject. So sentence 3 is correct. Okay, let's go to number 6. Any other questions on 5? Okay. Okay, which sentence should replace sentence 4 to best introduce the main claim of the passage? Okay, so if we go to sentence 4, let's reread, okay? So I'm just going to read the whole first paragraph because it's short. So it says, wasted food is a growing problem today. In 2014 alone, over 40 million tons of food waste was produced. The Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that approximately a third of all food produced for human consumption worldwide is wasted. Reducing waste can trim our waistlines and bulk up our wallets. Okay, so this whole beginning of the paragraph, they're talking about why wasting food is a problem, right? They're talking about so many millions of tons were wasted. A third is just wasted for consumption, right? And then they say something random like it can trim up our waistlines and bulk up our wallets, right? That's too casual, first of all, and it's kind of irrelevant to what they're going to talk about later on, right? Because they're going to talk about why it's more important, why wasted food and reducing wasted food is important, right? So E we can eliminate, right? Because they say one of the largest management companies derives a large part of its revenue from restaurant waste disposal. This is so random, right? They hardly mention this in the passage, okay? Same thing with G, right? This isn't the main idea. You always want to relate it back to the main idea, right? We're not talking about the demand for ethanol, right? Okay, and same thing in H, right? The USDA recommends that we watch what we eat. Again, the whole purpose isn't a diet kind of article, right? They're not talking about diet. They're talking about why you shouldn't waste food, right? And why it's important to not waste food and kind of things that happen when they start composting and stuff, okay? Number 7, which of the following revisions should be made to sentence 5, okay? So again, let's go back to sentence 5 and let's reread. So it says, when we waste food, we're not just creating a problem, we're also missing an opportunity to save money. Okay? Now let's go back here. Actually, wait. Sorry. My iPad is lagging.
What was the answer to number 6?
Number 6 was F.
Okay, thanks.
So this is a very small error. You might not have caught this, okay? It says, when we waste food, we're not just, we're also, okay? You have to remember this is kind of one of those key phrases in grammar, is you have to say not only, but also, okay? So you need both parts of that. So we need to change that to, we're not only creating a problem, but also missing the opportunity to save food. Okay, this is kind of just one of those common phrases that you have to memorize. Okay, whenever you see something that's not only dot dot dot, but also needs to be there. Okay. 8, which revision to sentence 8 best maintains the formal style of the passage? Okay, so you need to choose something that sounds fancy, right? We go to sentence 8 right here. It says, thirdly, many people, not only the well-to-do, so this is already sounds kind of casual, right? But those in moderate circumstances throw out a ridiculous amount of food. So let's look at the answer choices and let's see which ones have more formality, okay, than this one. So if we look at E, thirdly, many people, not only the well-to-do, but those in moderate circumstances waste tons of food. Tons is casual. It's kind of an exaggeration, right? This is something when you're talking to someone, you're like, oh, I just saw a ton of whatever, right? It's too casual. Same thing with choice F. Those in moderate circumstances blow all their dough on food. That's very casual, right? When you're writing an essay in school, you wouldn't say something like that. Okay, and then if we look at choice H, thirdly, many people, not only the well-to-do, but those in moderate moderate circumstances eat like savages. This is really extreme, right? It's very, very exaggerated, so it's not H. G is the best because it says they use needless quantities of food. This basically means they just keep eating and eating it, right? like they're wasting it, but without like all the other kind of casual language. Okay, any questions so far?
Yeah. Can I came a bit late. Can I see the answers for 1 through 5?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna say this really quickly, because we're already at 5:30. One was A. David, could you mute, please?
Sorry.
Okay, so I'll just go over all the answers really quick. 1 was A, 2 was G, 3 was D, 4 was F, 5 was B, 6 was F, 7 was A, 8 was G. Okay. 9, which transition word or phrase should be added to the beginning of sentence 9? Okay, so again, same thing here. Let's go back to sentence 9. So for a question like this, you have to look at like the pattern, right? They're saying what transition word, right? Transition means you're like moving from one sentence to the next one. So you need to look at the pattern in that paragraph, okay? Sentence 6 starts with first. Sentence 7 starts with secondly. Sentence 8 starts with thirdly. Sentence 9 is the last sentence in this in this paragraph. It's concluding this, which means we're going first, second, third, needs to be some kind of conclusion transition word, right? And it's like adding on to these ideas here, right? They say, thirdly, many people, not only the well-to-do, but those in moderate circumstances, throw out a ridiculous amount of food. Finding ways to prevent waste in the first place can lead to money saved, as well as reduction of energy and labor costs associated with food waste, right? So again, we're not disagreeing or anything. We're kind of just summing everything up, right? Because that's what this whole paragraph was about. So immediately I should get rid of B and C because there's no comparison going on, right? More importantly implies whatever they said in sentence 8 wasn't as good as whatever they're about to say in sentence 9, but they didn't do any comparison. All they did was sum everything up, and they went first, second, third, which means last sentence should be finally. Okay? It's not A because A would be about to introduce like an explanation of some sort, right? But they're not really introducing like an explanation. They're just summing everything up. And also the fact that they had like firstly, secondly, thirdly in this paragraph, that's kind of like your context clue to tell you that we're going to like say finally at the end. Yeah. Aaliyah, question?
Hi, sorry. This is kind of related and also unrelated, but my other tutor was telling me about different types of questions like vocab questions, theme. Could you quickly state all the different types of questions so I could just write it down and go over it by myself, if that's okay?
If we have time after the exam, we'll do that. But today's review focus is to review the exam, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Any questions on number 9? Okay, number 10. What is the best way to combine sentences 11 and 12 to clarify the relationship between the ideas? Okay, so let's go to sentences 11 and 12. And let's see like what they're talking about, okay? So I'm just going to read from sentence 10. Okay, reducing wasted food also can be good for the environment, okay? When food goes to the landfill, it's no different than throwing out food into a plastic bag. The nutrients in the food never return to the soil, okay? So sentence 12, it sounds like they're kind of just explaining why it's no different than throwing out food into a plastic bag, right? Because they never go into the soil, right? So we need to combine this in a way where sentence 12 will explain what they've said in sentence 11, okay? We go back to number 10. We look at like choice H, right? It says, while food goes to the landfill, it's no different than throwing out food in a plastic bag, and the nutrients in the food return to soil. First, this is too long, right? It's kind of a run-on sentence, and this while implies a contrast, but we know this isn't contrasting. Okay, so H is out. Same thing with G, right? Despite the food going to landfill, It's no different than throwing out food in a plastic bag because the nutrients of the food never return to the soil. Okay. Despite implies a contrast, but we're not really contrasting two ideas, right? They're related to one another. Okay. So if we're between E and F, E is the better answer here. It says when food goes to landfill, it's no different than throwing out food in a plastic bag, since this since is basically like your because, right? It's explaining why it's no different than throwing out the landfill versus like the plastic bag. Okay. All right. And number 11, last one from the grammar. Okay. Which sentence is irrelevant and should be removed? So again, you want to think about main idea here. Which one is just too far away from the main idea? Okay. Just for time's sake, let's go to sentence 17 and see why it doesn't really make sense or flow with the rest of the passage. Okay. So let's just start reading at sentence 15. It says, if you can't prevent, reduce, or donate wasted food, consider composting. Okay, so, okay, I'm thinking this paragraph's gonna tell me about composting. Composting is an eco-friendly alternative to throwing out food. By sending food scraps to a composting facility instead of a landfill, you're helping make healthy soils. Compost processing typically costs less than recycling plastics or cans. Properly composted organics improve soil health and structure, improve water retention, support more native plants, and reduce the need for fertilizers and pesticides. So the reason why sentence 17 out of all the answer choices is the most irrelevant is because it's not exactly like hitting the main mark, right? This is kind of talking about the effects of composting on like soils, right? But you want to think more of like the bigger picture, right? Which is like waste, recycling, right? There's better things for the environment. This is a little bit too specific to soils and not just overall. Okay, how about sentence 8? Let's see why sentence 8 is better. Well, it starts with thirdly. So I already know this is a core example, right? This is the first body paragraph, right? Okay, they say when we waste food without creating a problem, we're also missing an opportunity to save money, right? And they're talking about why why wasted food is like wasting money, right? This is an example of that. So this is pretty important for this paragraph, right? Because they need to list all these ways to actually support their claim that they made it here. Okay, and sentence 13 as well. Okay, let's look at sentence 13. Sentence 10, okay, so let's think of this as body paragraph number 2, right? This is going to talk about why reducing wasted food can be good for the environment. So if there's a sentence in here that doesn't like actually explain why it's good for the environment, it should be out, right? But if we look at sentence 13, it says, wasted food rots and produces methane, which contributes to climate change. So this is explaining why wasting food is bad, right? Because it's going to contribute to climate change. And also, read sentence 14. If you get rid of sentence 13, sentence 14 is not going to make sense. It says reducing food waste can not only mitigate global warming. Well, if you get rid of sentence 13, everyone's going to be like, wait, like where did this talk of global warming come from, right? So you need that sentence 13 there. Okay. So, and again, why it's 17 and not like all the other answer choices, right? Like, is because there's too much focus on this healthy soils here. Okay. Composting, right? For sentence 16, composting is an eco-friendly alternative to throwing out food. By sending food scraps to a composting facility instead of a landfill, you help make healthy soil, right? This is too specific again to the soils, right? You want to think about like how it's gonna help like the overall environment, right? It's not it's not as relevant as the other answer choices, right? So that's why sentence 17 is out. Especially if you read all the other answers, like you kind of need those there. Does that make sense? Any questions on 11? It's just you always want to think of the bigger picture and like which one contributes the most to the main idea. Yeah, Adam.
What was the answer?
For which one?
11.
Sentence 17, choice D. Okay, let's move on to the reading comprehension. Okay, so the first passage, right, is called The Many Lives of Woodman. And it's basically about this kind of character, right? They call the Wound Man. He kind of represents like kind of learning in the Middle Ages, right? They used him for like medicine and stuff. Right? So let's go. Okay, number 12. Which statement best describes the central idea of the passage? Okay, that's kind of what I just explained, right? How funny. So E is too random, right? Technology is the primary driver of human knowledge, right? This has nothing to do with the Wound Man. So immediately you should cross it out, okay? Because the passage's focus was the Wound Man. Okay? It's not F because we know his origin, right? They said like European Middle Ages, right? And his purpose was known, right? We know later they like that's what the whole passage was about, like what they used him for. Okay? If we're between G and H would be the better answer here because one, it's just more specific to the passage, right? It was a useful tool and it aided like medical procedures, medical knowledge, right? It's not G because it's actually the opposite, right? Like the lack of knowledge, well, that's not true, right? They kind of used him as a learning tool. That's why H is better. Okay, we go to 13. Which of the following statements best describes the function of paragraph 1 and 2? So this is kind of like a way of asking, like, what's the main idea, right, of these two paragraphs? Okay. I'm not going to reread the whole thing, but just as a reminder, this first paragraph is kind of describing like the goriness of the Wound Man, right? Like all his wounds, like a lot of gross stuff. It says like he was swollen everywhere, scratches, right? That's kind of like what's going on in these first two paragraphs, right? So we go to answer choice B, right? They don't say anything about like the difficulty and the violence in the Middle Ages, right? Remember that all they're doing is describing what the Wound Man looks like and how he's like all injured and stuff, which makes me think, okay, it has to be choice A, right? They're providing an image of the Wound Man, right? They're describing what he looks like to help visualize like what he looks like, right? Okay. And same thing with B. B is extreme, right? He wasn't a terrible representation, right? Because the author seems to like the Wound Man. He's not saying he was like terrible, he was really bad, right? Okay. C, which I'm sure probably a lot of you picked, right? Okay, maybe there was some grotesque monstrosity, right? But it's not to reflect the brutal life of the Middle Ages. Because remember, again, they didn't really go into detail about like what life in the Middle Ages was like. They didn't even mention like the Middle Ages at all in these two paragraphs, okay? So that's why it's choice A. Okay, number 14. Which sentence from paragraph 1 and 2 best supports the idea that the series of descriptions are not those of a real human being? This is a tricky question. A lot of people got this wrong. Okay, so this might also be like, if you got this wrong, probably because you didn't know the vocab. So if we go through these answers, right, let's start at choice H. A dog, snake, and scorpion bite at his ankles. A bee sinks his elbow. And a toad is like aggravating his stomach, right? Technically, one, this is something that could describe a real human being, right? Like in real life, a snake can bite you, or a bee can sting you, right? Or like some people can eat a toad, right? That is still something that could happen to a real human being, okay? Same thing with G, right? You can have swollen glands or like a plague, right? If you're between F and E, right? Same thing, right? Skin is covered in bleeding cuts and lesions, stabbed and sliced by knives, spears, etc., right? So it can't be F, right? Just because it says porcupine-like, remember that this is a simile. It's just saying like all of those like knives are coming out of him where it looks like a porcupine, right? It's very, very gory scenario here. The reason why it's E is because of this word here, impassively. Impassively means like absolutely like no emotion. Okay. to the point where like you're giving like dead like eyes, like your soul is like literally like no soul behind those eyes, like that kind of feeling for impassively. Okay, so that's why it's choice E. Like, because if someone had all of these wounds, right, and they're not showing a single emotion, that's like the least like a human being, because wouldn't they be in pain, right? So that's why it would be choice E. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I see D really quickly? I mean, 11.
11 was choice D.
Okay.
Okay, so some people are saying they're between F and E. Also because it says like out of the page, right? Okay, so that's like another key thing here is they say out of the page, right? Where like a human can't like be stuck in a page, right? So those kind of two terms are kind of what tells you like E is better than F. But mostly because of like the impassively also, right? It's kind of showing that like lack of emotion. Okay. Someone said, well, maybe he's not showing emotion due to the pain. Well, you're making an assumption now, right? You're kind of using like your own like random background knowledge to like validate your answer. But remember to just pick an answer based on what is in the answer choices and nothing else, right? Don't kind of bring your own uh kind of introduction or just your own info into it. That's kind of where a lot of students trip up in the reading. Okay, 15. In paragraph 3, the word alive is used to highlight. So if we go to paragraph 3. Okay. It says, despite this horrendous barrage of injuries, the wound man is very much alive. For the purpose of this image is not to threaten or inspire fear, but to herald potential cures for all of the depicted maladies. Okay. And then it says he represents something more hopeful. Okay, represents something more hopeful than his battered battery, right? So they don't literally mean like he's physically alive and breathing, but because they say he represents something, right? It's more of like, okay, he's like a symbolism, right? He's symbolic, he's important. Okay, he represents like something like look, powerful knowledge, right? He's a reminder of powerful knowledge. So this we're gonna think something more figurative. Okay. So that's why it's not A. We're not describing how realistic he looks, right? Because remember, we're talking about how he represents this knowledge, how he's really important. Okay. Same thing with B. We didn't say anything about the life in the Middle Ages in those sentences I just read. And same thing with D. It's not like the author said, like, oh my gosh, like the wound man went through so much and he's like still alive and standing and moving around, right? No, it's more of the figurative, right? How important he was to like medieval medicine, right? And that's why he's still alive. Because like his like the symbolism's still there. Okay. Okay, 16. Read the following sentence from paragraph 4. It says a remarkable image of the wound man from Welcome Library depicts a figure that's penetrated not only by weapons but also by text. How does this sentence fit into the overall structure of the passage? Okay, so the kind of ask us, okay, like what's the purpose of this sentence? So let's go back to actually where they mentioned this sentence. This is number 16. It says in paragraph 4, the earliest known versions of the woodman appeared at the turn of the 15th century in books on surgical craft, particularly works from southern Germany, okay, etc., etc. Then they talk about this book called like the surgery, right? And they say a remarkable image of the woodman from Welcome Library depicts a figure that is penetrated not only by weapons but also by text, right? So now they're going to say like, they're talking about this, right? How he was in the books, right? So this is like an example of that. Okay, so if we go back to the answer choices, we would think G, right? It supports a previously made assertion, okay, which is that like they found him in books, right? About the role of the woodman. And this was like that example, right? Of like him being in a book. Okay. It's not E because again, we're not really talking about brutal war in the Middle Ages. Okay. H is too extreme. We don't know that it's the only place, the one place in the world where there's a picture of the wound man, right? Okay. And F, we're not explaining like the importance of this library. All we said is that the wound man is there, right? So that's why it's not F. Okay. All right, let's go to 17. Paragraph 5 contributes to the development of the topic mainly by, okay, so we go to paragraph 5. So I'm going to read the first sentence. It says, scattered around him are numbers and phrases indicating where in the text a particular cure might be found. Next to the spider crawling up the woundman's thigh, a phrase directs the reader to the appropriate paragraph for a cure. And they give all these like explanations of like, this body part says this one says this, etc., right? So it basically is just explaining kind of how this book works, right? And this would be choice B, right? Because it's explaining how he was in this book, like just the different ways he was appeared, right? Which is like through like the body parts, through the numbers and phrases, right? It's not A, because we don't know that these were like the most like usual problems that people in the Middle Ages had. This is what was on the wound man, but again, we don't know anything about the Middle Ages there. Okay. Same thing with C. We don't know that this was the first cure. All they just said was that it's there, right? And again, there was no comparison to modern medical textbooks. That's why it's not D. Okay. The thing about the reading comprehension is that like the incorrect answers, right? Like you should be able to like kind of figure out like why they're incorrect because all of your answers are always in the text, guys. Like even if it's hard to like believe, like the right answer is in the text and you don't have to like if you have to like jump over backwards to like prove why choice B is choice B, then like that's kind of how you know like okay, maybe choice B isn't the right answer. Okay. Number 18, the author mentions the wound man's popular inclusion in paragraph 6 mainly too. So let's see where they mention this popular inclusion. Okay. In paragraph 6. Okay, here. So the wound man image was a convenient way for medical surgeons to navigate their text, but it was also an arresting reminder for practitioners and patients of the vital knowledge contained within such manuscripts. Okay. It was living proof for the efficacy of the surgical enterprise and a popular inclusion. Okay, so it's the important in medical works alongside a wide variety of related images that plotted diseases, zodiac signs, etc., etc. Okay, so if they're saying it's a living proof of the efficacy, meaning it like shows that it like works, right? And it was a popular inclusion in the medical works, which means just kind of like how one, like not only how popular it was, but also just how kind of like how useful it was, right? It worked. Okay. So that's why this would be choice G, right? Emphasize the idea that the wound man was perceived to be a useful tool, right? Because if something works and a lot of people like it, right, that kind of means like, okay, it was useful, right? It's not E, we're not criticizing anything here, or especially the failure, okay? And it's definitely not H because we're not really talking about like the growth of the wound man becoming like more complex, adding more diseases, okay? Maybe some of you picked F because it said like popular, but again, it says mainly, right? The reason why they said this is because it's like, oh, it was so useful, right? It had like they said, like living proof of the efficacy, and they used it in all these different scenarios, right? So that's why. Okay, 19. Which sentence is the best summary of the impact of the wound man had on helping us understand the Middle Ages? Okay, so this is kind of like a main idea question, right? Best summary of the impact the wound man had on helping us understand the Middle Ages. Okay, but let's see. They mention kind of impact. Usually something like that would be at the end of the passage, right? We go to this paragraph here, the last paragraph. It says, the strange figure of the wound man gives modern viewers a glimpse of the injuries, right? And then says, it shows that medieval people did not think of themselves as helpless victims in the face of these assaults, right? So they didn't like give up. right? Far from reinforcing the common perception. So far from reinforcing, meaning like the opposite of reinforcing, right? This common perception that the Middle Ages was backwards. It reminds us that it was in fact a period busy with innovative medical treatments, right? So they did a lot of innovative medical treatments during this time, right? And the woundman is an example of that. Okay. So 19 is not A because they didn't really sit there and list all these cures, right? B, it reminds us that war and violence has no place in modern world. Again, they didn't really say, the author didn't say anything about his opinion on war or violence, whether or not he thinks it's necessary. Remember, we want to talk about the wound man, right? Okay. C, because of its specific references to various types of wounds and diseases, it enabled us to gain a greater understanding of war. Remember, that's not the purpose of the wound man. It's not to learn more about war, right? It's like they said, it was just to appreciate the technological advancements of this time, right? It was like one example of that. Yeah, Gabriella.
But answer D says technological advancements, and wasn't the advancement they talk about in the passage just a book?
It wasn't just a book. I think they're just saying like this was like a science kind of innovation, right? And they say like innovative medical treatments, right? So here they're saying technological more as like a general term, right? Kind of like this, like a scientific advancement of that sort. But also, like the other answer choices are just so incorrect, where even through process of elimination, like you guys, like you can pick D, and D would still make more sense than the other answer choices.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, A is wrong because in the quote that I read, right, where they're talking about like the impact that the wound had, like how they still learn from it today, they didn't list all the types of cures, right? And this is extreme. Does the wound man have every single disease and the cure to every disease ever? I don't think so, especially not from the Middle Ages, right? So that's also why you can't pick A. It's too extreme. And like the first part is false. Okay. 20. Which sentence best supports the idea that the wound man continues to have an important influence in society today? So this is kind of similar to like the previous question, right? His impact on society. So first, you need to pick an answer that is about like today, right? Like what is going on today, right? So definitely not F, because it says these first wound men effectively function as blah blah blah, right? That's not what's going on today. Okay. E is like, okay, like fine, I'll keep it for now, because remember that they did say it was very much alive, right? So I'm like, okay, maybe when I'm first taking this, I'll keep it, right? But remember that they're also asking about influence. This doesn't really, choice E doesn't say anything about like its impact today, right? Because that's kind of what influence means, right? The impact of something. Choice G, it was living proof of the efficacy of blah, 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 and a popular inclusion. This is all talking about Middle Ages. This is not talking about what's going on today. That's why it's also not G. H, living on today in libraries from Copenhagen to Munich, the strange figure of the woman gives modern viewers a glimpse of the worrying injuries that the body could receive through blah, 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 right? H is better, right? This is talking about an influence it has today. They're saying it's in museums. It gives people a glimpse. So they're like learning about these injuries that happened in the Middle Ages. So that's why it's choice H. Okay. Any questions on this passage? Okay, let's go to the next one. Next, we have when chocolate was medicine. 18 was G. Okay, next is when chocolate was medicine. So this is kind of like when they talked about like when chocolate was first brought to like Europe, and they thought it was medicine because it was so new, like they, it was used differently than how like we picture chocolate today, right? And kind of that history. Okay, so let's go to 21. It says in paragraph 1, okay, the phrase rumor had it is used to highlight. So let's go to paragraph 1 and let's see, where did they say rumor had it? That's towards the end here. Okay, it says, as they warmed to the use and abuse of hot beverages, Europeans frequently experienced moral and physical confusion brought on by the frothy pungency, unpredictable effects, and even rumor had it fatality. Okay, so this is almost sarcastic, right? One, they put in parentheses, and sometimes like what's put in parentheses isn't like extremely important for like the sentence, right? Like grammatically, right? You kind of use it for an emphasis, right? And they're saying rumor had it like chocolate caused fatality, right? And then you kind of go and you read and you think they talk about how it was used for medicine, right? So it's sarcastic, right? And a rumor is literally that, right? It's something that people spread when they don't know a lot of information about something, right? So our best answer here would be C, right? This is kind of just the definition of a rumor, right? It's an unfounded claim that were not based on facts, right? Because previous to saying rumor had it, he doesn't explain or go into detail about like the reasons why it would cause death, right? So again, that implies it was not based on facts, okay? The other answers are again too extreme and they don't align with like the definition of what like a rumor would be. So that's why C is the best answer here. 22, the 17th century European attitude towards chocolate was most influenced by, okay? So let's see like who most influenced like how they felt about chocolate. So this is actually kind of in the beginning, they mentioned this. Okay, so look, they say in the 17th century, and the question's asking about 17th century Europeans. I'm going to start reading here. It says, in the 17th century, Europeans who had not traveled overseas tasted coffee, hot chocolate, and tea for the very first time. Okay, for this brand new clientele, the brews of foreign beans and leaves carried with them the wonder and danger of faraway lands. Okay, so they kind of see this as really interesting, right? Because it brings wonder and danger from faraway lands. Okay, so that kind of tells us like this is what they were most influenced by because it was kind of so exciting for them, right? Because it was so new. It said they never tasted coffee, hot chocolate, or etc. Right? That's why it would be choice F. Okay. 23, which statement describes, okay, why would it not be G? Okay. So let's go to where they would mention the pharmacists and the physicians, right? So that's here, that's the next line. So it says they were classified at first not as food, but as drugs, pleasant tasting with recommended dosages prescribed by pharmacists and physicians and dangerous when self-administered. So here where they're saying pharmacists and physicians, it's not describing the European attitude, right? It's literally just saying that they gave recommended dosages, right? By like this line is a better answer because they're kind of explaining um like when they say the brews of foreign beans and leaves carried within them, right? They're saying when they drank this coffee, this brand new coffee, it felt like they were the ones traveling far away, feeling the wonder and danger of the land, right? That's what shaped their attitude at first. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. 23, which statement describes professional reactions to chocolate? This is not where we read about the pharmacists and the physicians, okay? Professional. So we want like people who are like educated, they know, maybe they'll know more stuff about chocolate than like regular people do, okay? So if we go to paragraph 2, okay, it says, physicians and tradesmen who claim knowledge of fields. So in your head, you should think, okay, they have knowledge of these fields. They're professionals in these fields, right? You can't be a professional without knowledge of like whatever you're studying. So From pharmacology to etiquette proclaim the many health benefits of hot drinks. Or, okay, this is important. Don't just stop reading, okay? Because it says or. Issued impassioned warnings about their abuse. Okay, so there's two parts to the sentence, right? It said one of them say, okay, there's many health benefits. Other people say, no, there's warnings, like you're gonna abuse them, right? So I'm hearing two different perspectives here, which means my answer choice should match something that has two different perspectives, okay? So the only one that has both mixed reviews is choice C, right? They were mixed, resulting in competing evaluations about its usefulness, which is true. Some people give warnings, they say it's dangerous. Some people are like, yeah, it's good, you can drink it, whatever, right? That's why. Okay, number 24. How did Coleman's work enter the pharmaceutical annals in Europe? Okay, so this is asking us, how did his work enter the annals in Europe? Okay. So they first mention him in paragraph 3, right? They say his work dates from the era when Spain was the main importer of chocolate. And they kind of give some more background. And then it says, having acquired a degree in medicine and served a Jesuit mission in the colonies, he was as close as one could come to a European expert on the pharmaceutical qualities of the cacao bean. Okay, and now even today, they say it's medical literature, right? So he knows a lot about this, right? It says he has a degree in medicine. His work comes from when Spain was the main importer of chocolate, right? So there's a lot of background that he has that other people don't have, right? Okay, so E is out. There's no descriptions of chocolate. He didn't say milk chocolate tastes better than dark chocolate or whatever, right? F, okay. F, some of you probably picked, but you have to read very, very carefully. Okay, it says he acquired his degree in medicine from that mission. Okay, you don't get a degree from a mission in the colonies, you get it from a school, right? And also, if you read carefully, it says he acquired a degree and served the mission. So he didn't get it from the mission. Okay. Okay. And he was not the main importer of chocolate. Okay. Spain, the country, was. It would be crazy if one singular person was the main importer, right? He contextualized his work with a specialized branch, right? Because he said it was medicine. Okay. 25. It can be inferred that Hippocrates would agree with which of the following statements. So before you pick an answer, you need to ask yourself, well, what did Hippocrates think, right? You need to understand what he thinks before you can say, yeah, he would agree with this, right? So let's go to where they talk about his opinions. That's this sentence. Sorry, this paragraph, right? It says, humoralism was inherited from Hippocrates, right? It was still influential. He said the body had 4 essential liquids: black bile, blood, yellow bile, phlegm. And they kind of go and describe this. They said black bile, cold and dry, blood was hot and wet, yellow bile, hot and dry, phlegm, body cold and wet. Balanced together, they maintain the healthy functioning of the organism. And then when one of them tipped and occurred in excess, it became disease, right? Okay, so we're getting an idea of what Hippocrates thought, okay? He wants balance. If one of those are out of balance, you get disease. And it's these 4 different parts of your body, right? Okay, so go to 25. Remember that he said you need to have equal amounts of all 4 of those fluids, right? And if you have one of them in excess or too much, that's what you call disease. Choice C best matches that, right? Excess of phlegm can lead to sickness. That's why it's choice C. Okay, so I'm getting questions about 24. It's not F because F says he acquired his degree from a Jesuit mission in the colonies. When they say he got his degree from, it means like he went to school here and they like he had his graduation and they gave him the diploma, right? That's not how it works, right? He got a degree in medicine, right? Like a medical degree. Don't you need to go to school for that? You don't get that from a mission, okay? So that's how they trick you, right? And also, if you go to the passage, like it says, and he got the degree, and not from, and. It wasn't a typo, guys. If you take an exam and you're worried it's a typo, just ask your tutor, okay? But yeah, it wasn't a typo. It was like that on purpose. Okay. 25 is not A, because remember that Hippocrates didn't say anything about chocolate, right? He didn't have a theory on chocolate. Just because like the other people, like the passages about chocolate, it's not his, right? His idea was like you have the 4 bodily fluids, and if you have too many of one, it causes sickness, right? That's what he said. So that's why it's choice C. Okay. 26. It's not B either because again, like you need to pick the answer that's closest to Hippocrates' view, right? His view was again like the having too much of the fluid, right? He didn't really say anything about chocolates. So that's why it's not B, right? It has to be directly his point of view, not the point of view of Hippocrates and the author, right? Just him. C is closest to just him. Okay. 26, the author includes the details about humoralism in order to, okay, now this is something where we can kind of explain, right? Like, okay, now we need to think about Hippocrates and the author, right? Because it's asking about details. Why did the author include these details? So let's go back to why the author talked about this, right? So let's just kind of like keep reading from where we were with 25, right? So here he explained the humoralism. Then let's start right after. While common European pharmaceuticals had long been classified as essentially cooling or heating, okay, cacao had both hot and cold characteristics, okay. Later treatises faced the same conundrum regarding coffee, okay. Okay, so they say like later they found the same issue with coffee, right? Hot or cold, right? What kind of characteristic is it, hot or cold? Depending on how it's administered / ingested, hot chocolate's curative effects also crisscross the humoral categories in an unexpected way. So what does this basically mean here, right? They're basically saying, right, well, they had a conundrum, which is a problem regarding coffee. The same one as chocolate, which they said the problem was, do we serve it cold or do we serve it hot? Then they said, well, this has the same crisscross as humoral categories, right? Which was the issue here where, okay, like, do we like one or the other, right? Basically, all they're talking about here is there's like this controversy, right? There's like disagreements happening, right? Is it one or the other, right? So we can get rid of E because in those lines I just read, I didn't see anything about where European medicine originated from, right? F, okay, F is maybe tricked you, right? Explain how people develop sicknesses, right? But this wasn't the main reason he brought up humoralism, right? Because remember, now we're talking about the author. The author is talking about chocolate. So we need to think about like how does this relate back to chocolate, right? So it's not F. Okay. Highlight the problems in the logic behind ancient medicinal theories. He didn't critique Hippocrates, right? When they say highlight the problems, it means like the author would have been like, well, he said this, but this isn't true, or this part is false, and here's why, right? None of that was going on. If choice H, reveal why chocolate were subject to disagreements because he says like, oh, like there was this conundrum with the humoral crisscross, right? Crisscross the humoral categories in unexpected ways, meaning all these disagreements of how it should be. Okay. Because remember, they talked about humoralism as cold versus hot things, right? Bile cold, blood hot, yellow bile hot, phlegm cold, right? There's this, again, this like cold versus hot discussion. That's the common theme here that you should catch. Okay. 27, which statement best supports the idea that Colmenero had a large role in shaping the way people viewed chocolate? So we need to pick the quote that basically explains like how people's perspective of chocolate like changed, right? Okay, if you remember from paragraph 3, that was just kind of like a biography of Colmenero, right? It didn't really talk about him changing how people think about chocolate. So that means we can also kind of cross out B, right? And we're between maybe C and D, right? C says Colmenero endeavored to make its mystery at least debatable in terms readily accessible across the countries of Western Europe, or because he was a doctor and a surgeon who was said to have traveled the world to West Indies, his work was received as medical lore. So let's go back and let's kind of reread to find which one's the better answer here. Okay. So it says, he endeavored to make its mystery at least debatable in terms readily accessible across the countries of Western Europe. Because, okay, keyword, because he was a doctor and a surgeon who is said to have traveled to the West Indies, his work was received as medical lore. Okay, so like they believed him because he was a doctor, he traveled, right? They saw him as like medical lore and remained an important reference throughout the early history of writing on hot beverages. So they really trusted him, right? They thought he was an important reference. So this quote is better because it goes into that detail about how he was an important reference on like the history of like the chocolate and stuff. Okay, so that's why it's choice D. Yeah, let's go to why B is wrong. So B was the quote on his work introduced chocolate to Europe as a drug in paragraph 3. So remember, for like any answer or question that asks like which quote is the best, okay, it's kind of like when you do those vocabulary problems, you can't just read like the sentence. You need to read the sentence after and before and think about the quote's placement in the text, right? Choice B is this last sentence. Let me change the color. Classified as a medical literature in libraries today, his work introduced chocolate to Europe as a drug by appealing to the science of humors or essential bodily fluids, right? But remember that the question's asking which one had the largest role in the way that people viewed chocolate, right? This one has like it's not enough detail about kind of like people trusting him, like the after effects, right? This is just saying he introduced chocolate by appealing to science, right? But it doesn't explain people's reaction. Does that make sense? Choice what was it? Choice D explains the reaction more, right? It says his work was received, meaning like how they reacted was medical lore, essentially like they like kind of like they just like saw it really highly, right? And stuff like that. And it remained an important reference. So that work was like everlasting, right? It remained an important reference. Does that make sense why choice D is better than B? Okay, I hope so. Because they stopped replying. Okay. Basically the question you want to think of how they asked the question, right? The way people viewed chocolate, right? So meaning people's reactions. So you want to take the answer that explains the most about the reaction, not just like him introducing chocolate. Okay. 28, which sentence from the excerpt best shows that Colmenaro's contributions were not limited to medicine? They were not limited to medicine. So that means we need to pick an answer choice that explains him being something other than a doctor, right? Doing something other like than medicine and like science. Okay. Okay. So 28, E, right? It says he was the first of 3 to enter pharmaceutical annals. that's pretty medicinal, right? Remember, the pharmacy is where you get your medicine, right? They're the ones who make medicine. So E is not it. Okay. F, his short treatise dates from the era when he was the main importer of chocolate. Well, this doesn't talk about medicine, but it doesn't talk about his other types of contributions, right? This just says like that the date was from Spain's like specific era, right? It doesn't say anything about what else he does. It's just describing Spain. Okay. G, he endeavored to make its mystery at least debatable in terms readily accessible across the countries of Western Europe. Okay, but this again is not specific enough, right? We need to talk about an actual contribution, like something he actually did and like it lasted, right? Which is choice H, right? The very first recipe for hot chocolate. Okay. That is like a contribution that's not limited to medicine. And it's an actual contribution, right? It's like something that actually he did. That's why it's choice H. Okay. 29. Read the following sentence from paragraph 5. Palmero endeavored to make its mystery at least debatable in terms readily accessible across the countries of Western Europe. I feel like I read this line like 5 times already. They like really like this line. Okay, so how does this sentence contribute to the development of the main idea? Okay, so basically, why did they include this sentence, right? How does it relate to the main idea? Okay, so this is basically just talking about, if we go back, like what was he trying to do, right? She's explaining like what he was trying to do throughout like all his research. Okay. Oops. So it identifies just one impact of his research, right? Because it explains kind of one thing he wanted to do, which was make it accessible, like a lot of people can have it, right? It's not A, like he's not like arguing for anybody, like there wasn't really a debate kind of like he was trying to resolve, right? B is too random, right? We don't know that he wanted higher supplies of chocolate. Right. It just said he wanted it to be accessible. We don't know how. That's why it's not B. Okay, and it highlights the mystery chocolate cause, again, there's no like mystery here that he's trying to solve, right? He just wants kind of like spread chocolate. Okay. Any questions from this chocolate passage? Okay, cool. Okay, next we have John L. Sullivan Fights America. And this is basically about this guy, John L. Sullivan, who went on kind of like a boxing tour, right? Really interesting. 29 was choice C. Okay, so it's kind of just like his biography, right? Okay, and choice or question 30 kind of like just goes into what I just talked about, right? The central idea, the main idea of the passage. Okay, so here our best answer is choice G, right? He was one of the most popular Americans in history whose popularity continued to last even after his loss, right? Because this is just talking about how he was really popular. He was like this really popular boxer, right? He has like a lot of influence. The other answer choices aren't like they're too specific. They're not really like a main idea, right? Yes, this is true, right? He like maybe he didn't lose a lot, but it's not just about that. It's about like his lasting impact, right? That's why it's not choice E. And same thing with F. This is more of just a detail, right? It's not like the whole passage was focused on this law. And same thing with H. We're not like sitting here dissecting like how much money he had. So that's why it's not choice H. Okay. Okay. In paragraph 1, how do the words hoard and steal affect the tone of the excerpt? So let's go to where they mention hoard and steal. One of the most popular Americans in history isn't that extreme. I mean, like yes and no, you have to think about like the author seems to really admire the boxer. So in their opinion, they would think like in history, fine. But also the reason why it's not too extreme is because they say one of the most. So that kind of like dials it down, right? If they said the most, that is extreme, right? I mean, out of every single American in history, like this guy was number one, right? One of the most, he could be like number 100, number 1,000, etc., right? It's not specific enough. That's why like it's not too extreme. Okay, let's go to number 31. Hoard and steal in paragraph 1. Okay, so it says, okay, heads craned and tilted as the hordes of Bostonians attempted to steal oops, oh my gosh, okay, steal a passing glance of their hometown hero. So I'm imagining like they're looking, right? It says they tilted as hordes of them, like so many Bostonians want to steal a passing glance, right? A glance is a look, right? They just want to take a quick look at the hometown hero, right? So something of that nature. So we're not making a threatening tone here. And also these people did not want to hurt him because they also call him their hero, right? So it's not A. B, it introduces an aggressive tone by showing that people were initially hostile. Same thing as A, right? They're not hostile, right? They call him their hero. All they want to do is like, it's like when you see a celebrity and it's like, oh my God, like I need to see them, right? It's kind of like that. Okay. Same thing with choice D. You see how A, B, and D are all like negative, but then the paragraph was positive. This is choice C is the only positive answer choice, right? It suggests an excited tone by highlighting the anticipation for John L. Sullivan. Okay. 32. Read the following sentence. Muscular without being muscle bound, the Boston Strong Boy was constructed like a pugilistic product of the industrial age, a wonderful engine of destruction manifest in flesh and blood. Okay. What do the quoted references in this sentence emphasize? So basically, like they're saying, like this quoted reference, right? Why did they say Boston Strong Boy, right? Like what's kind of the reason for that? We go back to the passage, maybe we need more context, right? It's in paragraph 2. Okay, paragraph 2 is literally just describing what he looks like. It says he had dark piercing eyes, clean shaven chin, pristine skin, even etc. Oh my gosh, like they're really just going in like so much detail about what he looks like. He says muscular without being muscle bound, Boston Strong Boy. So right before they say Boston Strong Boy, they say he's muscular, right? So I'm thinking they're literally just describing him as like strong and he has muscles, right? So that would be choice F, right? Descriptions of his physique, meaning how he looks to characterize him within this time period, okay? We're not talking about his arrogance, right? We were just describing physical characteristics. Okay, and same thing with G. Like again, we didn't go into detail about like how the industrial age specifically was super shallow. Like what? Like that's kind of random. And same thing with H, right? Like we're not talking about like any violence in that line, right? We're just describing how he looks. Okay. 33. Which sentence best supports the claim that he was a remarkable boxer? Okay, so basically we need to find the quote that best proves that like he was really good at boxing, right? Like really good. So it's not A, because remember when we read A, it's just describing people being so excited that they like want to see him like on the street. Okay. It's also not D, okay, which you might have picked because D doesn't actually describe whether or not he's like really good at boxing. It just says he went on a tour, essentially, right? He circled the United States with professional boxers. But that doesn't explain directly that he was good. Okay. So we're between B and C. B is the better answer here because it says He visibly, first of all, he had pristine skin, even set of full teeth, right? Straight nose, okay? Boxing is like a sport where you fight, but they're saying like he looked perfect, right? And the reason, right, it testified to his inability of foes, so foes couldn't lay a lick on him, meaning like they couldn't even like hit him in the face, right? And he looked perfect because of that. That's why it's choice B. 32 was F. D is wrong because D doesn't actually explain that he's good at his job. D just says he does his job. You get the difference? Like it says he would circle around the US with a troop, meaning like he's just on tour, right? But it's not explaining that he's really good at like fighting or being a boxer. Does that make sense? It's like if like a singer went on tour, like yeah, they went on tour and they're singing, but that doesn't say whether or not they sing good, right? Kind of like that. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, let's go to 34. Read the following sentence from paragraph 4. It says, in nearly 150 locales, John L. would spar with his fellow boxers, but also present a sensational novelty act worthy of his contemporary, the showman P.T. Barnum. Okay, how does this sentence contribute to the development of the narrative? Okay, so basically, why did they include this sentence? Right, so if we go back, paragraph 4. Okay. So it says, in nearly 150 locales, John L. would spar with his fellow boxers, but also present a sensational novelty act worthy of his contemporary, the showman P.T. Barnum. The reigning heavyweight champion will offer as much as $1,000 to any man who could enter the ring with him and simply remain standing after 4 3-minute rounds, right? So, basically, right, we're kind of, they say this and they say like, oh, like he has this novelty act, right? A sensational novelty act. So like really positive words here, right? And they're just describing like he's doing something really interesting, right? He's giving people $1,000 if they win, right? So let's see what answer choice kind of best matches that like vibe, right? It shows, you look at E, it shows that he's sparred with both boxers and other showmen like PT. He's not fighting PT Barnum, right? He's just like the showman, right? He's presenting like an act, kind of like a scene that's very similar to something PT would do, but he's not like actually boxing with him in the ring, right? Okay. B, it says that he wanted to spar with anyone he could fight. Kind of extreme, right? And also it says he would spar with his fellow boxers, okay? So again, not F because that's not anybody, right? And even the line about the competition was only the strongest boxers, okay? It's not H because we don't know that it was a requirement. It's just something he wanted to do, right? G is the best answer because it's something that's just entertaining, right? It's saying sensational novelty act, meaning just something really cool, exciting, kind of different with his boxing. Okay, like more entertaining, like someone in show business would do. Okay. Okay, number 35. Which sentence is the best summary of paragraph 5? Okay, so this is just, let's see, go back to paragraph 5. Okay, so paragraph 5, they're basically talking about, it says, the great John L. was challenging America to a fight. Sullivan's transcontinental knocking out tour was gloriously American in its audacity and its concept. Its appeal was undeniable. Its challenge was like extraordinary statement of self-confidence. So they're really just describing kind of how American this was, how it was really cool, really grandeur, right? It was just very like American, as they said, right? It was democratic. Okay. So let's see the answer choices here. A, defeating Sullivan was an impossible dare that no one ever took up. That's not true, right? He did have competitors and it was really extreme, right? All these like words, impossible, no one ever, very extreme. Okay. John Sullivan was being unpatriotic, but remember that they were talking about how American this actually was. So it's not B, it's the opposite of unpatriotic. It was really patriotic. Okay, John Sullivan challenged the ideals of what it meant to be American. Same thing as B. These are actually very similar answers where like you can kind of like eliminate one and eliminate the other because they talk about how it was super American. So he's actually not challenging what it means to be American. He's agreeing with it, right? D, it reflected ideas about himself and those about America, right? Because they said it was like super America. And yeah. Okay. Okay, 36. In paragraph 6, how does the phrase drawing card contribute to the development of the paragraph? So let's see, where do they mention this phrase drawing card and why it was important, okay? So let's go to paragraph 6. Okay, so this is at the end. It says, the Boston Strong Boy proved to be a drawing card around America due to both his prowess in the ring and his personal magnetism. Okay, I'm actually going to read the sentence before that too. It says, while the exact size of his financial windfall may not be known, it's certain that Sullivan earned an incredible level of superstardom, okay, by traversing the continent. Okay, he proved to be a drawing card around America due to, so it's explaining what this means, right? His prowess in the ring and his personal magnetism. So I'm thinking, right, they say magnets. This is your key word here, right? He's a drawing card because of his magnetism. What does a magnet do? It draws things kind of closer to it, right? So you can kind of think, okay, he really attracts a lot of people, right? That's why he's a drawing card, right? He gets people to like him, okay? And it said like people paid money not to see him box, but just to see him, right? Like he was that famous. They just wanted to even see him. They didn't even care about what he did, right? So let's go back to 36. Okay. Choice G basically matches what I just said, right? How he kept drawing people to him. He was like really attractive. People liked him. He was super popular, right? Wherever he went. People like paid so much money just to go see him. That's it, right? It's not E. We're not talking about like actual drawing. That's what they mean by illustrative talents, right? We're not talking about like literally drawing him out. Okay. And it's not random. Okay. It seems like he knew what he was doing, right, to become famous, right? It wasn't random. It wasn't like he just became famous out of nowhere, right? It was because of this score. And they didn't say anything about whether or not he was difficult to beat in that sentence. Okay. You always want to think about the sentence that they're referring to. That sentence was about him being like magnetic, right? Making people like him. So that's why it's choice G. Okay, 2 more from this passage. Okay, in paragraph 7, which sentence best supports the idea? So first, paragraph 7, that's where we have to go back to, right? Which sentence best supports the idea that some of his fans were more interested in Sullivan the man and not Sullivan the boxer? This is like the sentence I just read, right? Probably like right after that, okay, where they mention like how they were just excited to even see him instead of like his fighting. Okay. So I'm just going to finish reading sentence 6, or sorry, paragraph 6, since like we have one sentence left. And then we'll go into sentence 7. Oh my gosh, paragraph 7. So we can see where they mention like him just being super, super famous and interesting. Okay. So it says on Sullivan's tour stop in St. Louis, 5,000 people paid just to see him pitch 5 lackluster innings in an exhibition game for baseball St. Louis Browns. Okay. Thanks to the Knocking Out Tour, Sullivan became the most famous athlete in the United States and one of the most famous Americans in any walk of life. Okay. Through railroads and newspapers, Sullivan was able to reach hundreds of thousands of people across America. Okay. Something that just wasn't possible years before. He became actually, I'm going to highlight this, right? He reached thousands of people across America, something that wasn't possible just years before. He became an American celebrity of the highest order, as well as the first sports superstar. And his fame would endure even after he lost heavyweight champion to Gentleman Jim in 1892. Okay, so they're saying he was like the first like kind of sports celebrity, right? Like he was big. Okay. And then also before that, they mentioned how like he had this magnetism towards him, right? People would pay just to see him. Okay. And they also remember here that they said 5,000 people paid to see him pitch 5 lackluster innings, meaning really badly. He pitched really badly, right? Because remember, he's not a baseball player. He's a boxer, right? And they still paid money to watch him play baseball, even though that's not like his job, right? And then they talk about how he just kept being really famous, right? So let's go through what answer choice best matches, like what I just said. Okay. Accounts of the final financial receipts vary, but he pocketed tens of thousands of dollars. So this is just talking about his money, nothing about people being more interested in him. Okay. B, same thing. This talks about his money, right? While his financial windfall may not be known, he earned an incredible level of superstardom, right? So this is true in the sense that, like, yes, it explains that he's famous, but it doesn't explain this part of the question that his fans are more interested in like him as a person and not him as a boxer, right? Now we're between C and D. C talks about boxing, prowess in the ring, but we want to see why he's famous outside of boxing. So it's not C, it's D, where they talk about the baseball game, okay? 36 was G. Okay. 38. Which sentence from the passage best conveys the author's perspective regarding the legacy of Sullivan's accomplishment? This is kind of what I read like afterward to at the end, where they talk about how he became like one of the most famous Americans like at that time, right? So remember, we're talking about legacy here. So kind of things way after him, right? Like kind of his lasting impact. Okay. It's not E, because that really doesn't have to do with anything about his legacy, right? It's kind of random. Okay. F, the man who captured the heavyweight championship 19 months had departed on many journeys before, but no man had ever set out on an ambitious adventure as one he was about to undertake. I can see maybe some of you picking this one because like maybe no man had ever set out. Okay, but remember that it's not really super specific to legacy, right? If you keep going through the other answer choices, you'll see that there's kind of a better answer that really shows like his legacy, right? Because legacies are like super long lasting things that they're like really remembered for. Okay, and same thing with G, we just read. That's not that. H is the best answer here, right? He became an American celebrity of the highest order, so he was super, super famous, right? And his fame would endure. What does it mean if your fame endures way after someone dies or something, or after like they get old? That's a legacy, right? Your fame enduring like years and years, that's a legacy, right? So this is a key word here, should tell you. This is my best answer. Okay, any questions from the John L. Sullivan passage? No? Okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. We have the Hop Frog. So this is an Edgar Allan Poe story, and it's basically this short story about like Hop Frog and I guess kind of just how he thinks about Hop Frog, right? And he describes him kind of weirdly, right, as Edgar Allan Poe usually does. And yeah, okay. Okay. 39. in the first paragraph, how does the phrase "in consideration of the crumbs" contribute to the plot, right? So basically, how does this quote, right, kind of relate back to the main idea? So if we go back to the first paragraph where they mentioned this, it says, at the date of my narrative, professing jesters had not altogether gone out of fashion at court. Okay, several of the great continental powers still retained their fools, who wore motley with caps and bells, who were always expected to be ready with sharp witticisms at a moment's notice in consideration of the crumbs that fell from the royal table. Okay, so basically what he's saying here, right, he's just describing these like jesters, the jesters at like these events, right? It says professing jesters, they were foolish, kind of, right? It says that they were motley, they were motley, they are always expected to be ready, right? From the crumbs that fell from the royal table. Well, I'm thinking, where do crumbs, like what kind of table would a crumb fall from? A dining table, right? Because if you're eating, then the crumbs would fall, right? So it's kind of like while they're eating dinner, maybe like there's something like that going on, right? So we go to choice B. The best answer here is actually choice, oh, sorry, I'm in question 39. The best answer here is choice B, right? Point out the conditions under which they were expected to perform, right? It's just setting the scene, right? It's describing kind of the conditions, like what they wore, when they would do it, which was like dinner time, right? Kind of like nothing more than that, okay? It's not highlighting kind of like how you need to be observant, right? It's not like a lecture on that. You're talking about the gestures. And it's not C because he's not really going to, like, he's not saying like they were more fashionable, like the outfits were better. There's nothing like that going on, right? And the reason why B is better than D is because D is just a little bit too specific, right? We don't know that like dinner time was the only time they were expected to be witty, right? He's setting the scene for this particular moment. It was like at dinner time, right? That's why it's choice B. Okay. 40, passage 2 suggests that the king believed his ministers were. Passage 2, oh my gosh, paragraph 2 suggests that the king believed his ministers were. So let's see, what does the king feel about the ministers? Our king, okay, retained his fool, meaning that if they're saying he retained his fool, the king himself is kind of, he like is foolish, right? He's keeping his foolishness, okay? The fact is, he required something in the way of folly. Folly means like silly. If only to counterbalance the heavy wisdom of the 7 wise men who were his ministers. So he's saying he wants something foolish to counterbalance the heavy wisdom of the 7 wise men. So those wise men, right, are super, super serious then if the king needs to be foolish to balance them out, right? Like opposites. So choice H. Okay, any questions? Okay. 41, how does paragraph 3 contribute to the development of the plot? Okay, so basically, what is paragraph 3 about? And how does that relate to like the main idea, right? So go to paragraph 3. Okay, why not F for number 40? Artistically grim. Grim means like really, really sad, kind of pessimistic, but they're not pessimistic, right? He's saying like they're and also the fact that he said counterbalance implies opposite, right? So he's saying the king feels like he needs to be really silly to balance out the wisdom of the men. So opposite of silly would be serious, right? And also like the artistically, right? They're not really artistic. He doesn't describe them as artistic in any way. That's also false. Okay, let's go to paragraph 3 for number 41. Okay. They ask what's like the main idea of this paragraph, right? So it says like his fool or professional jester was not only a fool, his value was trebled in the eyes of the king by the fact of his being also a dwarf and a cripple. Dwarf were as common at courts in these days as fools, and many monarchs would have found it difficult to get through their days without both a jester to laugh with and a dwarf to laugh at. Okay, so then he says, like, I've already observed, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he's basically kind of adding on to like the demands of the king, right? This paragraph 2 is really short. It talks about what the king likes. He wants something funny. Paragraph 3 goes on to the funny things that the king likes. He likes jesters and dwarfs, right? So we're not really we're not kind of just we're bringing like we're adding on to paragraph 2, right? He's talking about like what the king likes, what he finds funny, right? So it would be choice D. It's building on these ideas from the previous paragraph, right? It's not B. We're not getting like a history lesson. It didn't say like kings of so and so era did this or this, right? It's not C. It's not. We're not going to dismiss this idea, right? As we keep reading, he elaborates more on the jesters and the dwarfs, and we're not shifting the focus, right? There's no contrast happening. He's adding on to things that the king likes, things that the king finds funny, right? Which he introduced in paragraph 2. Okay. Okay. 42, read from the following statement from paragraph 3. Okay, days are rather longer at court than elsewhere. So let's see, why did they mention this line, right? Days are rather longer at court than elsewhere, and it's in parentheses. Okay, so that's an important piece of info. So I think this was here. Okay. Dwarfs were as common at court in those days as fools, and many monarchs would have found it difficult to get through their days. Days are rather longer at court than elsewhere. So obviously they don't literally mean longer than 24 hours, right? Because that would be impossible. But this is definitely more figurative, right? They're saying they would have found it really hard to get through like their days, right? Without the dwarfs, right? Especially days where they're at court, because maybe it just feels so long and dreadful, like it's like a never-ending day, right? So they're kind of just explaining that. Okay. They're not really defining any new terms. They're not challenging or contrasting anything. And there's no like abstract like idea that they're introducing. That's why it's not E. Okay. Okay, 43, the effect of the sentence beginning with but although in paragraph 5 is to. So let's see why they said but although in paragraph 5. Okay. So it starts here. So I'm going to start at like end of paragraph 4 and read. Okay, so it says, okay. So it's kind of a long sentence, but they say Hopfrog could only get along with interjectional gait, something between a leap and a wriggle, a movement that afforded illimitable amusement, right? And the king was accounted a capital figure. So, okay, they talk about Hopfrog, how he makes them laugh, okay? But although Hopfrog, through the distortion of his legs, could only move with great pain and difficulty along the road or floor, project's muscular power with nature, which nature seemed to have bestowed upon his arms by way of compensation for deficiency in the lower limbs, enabled him to perform many feats of wonderful dexterity. So they're saying, so there's kind of like a contrast from the beginning and the end of the sentence, right? They're saying, so even though Hopfrog had distorted legs, right, and he couldn't really move his legs, he had better power in his arms, right? It said he had muscular power bestowed upon his arms that allowed him to perform like a lot of different movements, right? So that's kind of showing this contrast, this difference between like the disadvantages of his leg and the advantages of the arm, right? Which would be like choice D, right? A description of limitations or balance the description of limitations, which is like the leg problems with the good things with his hands, right? The positive attributes. Okay. Okay, 44. 42 is F. Okay, 44. In paragraph 7, the phrase close intimacy can best be described as. Let's go to paragraph 7 where they say close intimacy. So it says, under these circumstances, it is not to be wondered that a close intimacy arose between the two little captives. Indeed, they soon became sworn friends, right? So they're saying they became really close and they became friends, right? So something kind of positive like that. They became close friends.
Sorry, what was the answer to number 43?
43 was D.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Someone has a question on 42. So I'll just go over that really quickly before I continue with 44. Okay, so 42, why it's not E is because remember how I mentioned that they end paragraph 2 talking about what makes the king laugh and how he wants like something silly, right, to laugh. Okay. Paragraph 3 then kind of explains that more, right? Oh, sorry, I was looking at 41. Okay, 42. This, right, days are rather longer than than elsewhere, right? It's saying how like they like the entertainment, right? It kind of like made things better every day, especially the days that are rather longer at court, meaning days that feel like longer than anywhere else, right? Because obviously it's not like the actual day has more hours, right? Because that's like impossible. It's more figurative, right? It's how like sometimes people say like, oh, the days at school feel so long, right? It's like that. It's just offering an explanation. It's not illustrating an abstract concept. That would kind of mean like they introduce this like new random idea and they're giving like the definition of it. It's not really like that. It's just explaining like why they like gestures like every day. Okay. 44. Okay. So where was I? So 44 says, okay, the phrase close intimacy, right? So it says, under these circumstances, it is not to be wondered that a close intimacy arose. So it's not to be wondered, meaning you shouldn't wonder. It's something that's expected, right? It's like, of course, this would happen, that these two little captives would become friends, right? And it says, indeed, right? Like, of course, they soon became friends, which means this is something that was expected, okay? So it's choice G. Does that make sense? Okay, 45. Which of the following best describes Trippetta's attitude towards Hop Frog? So how does Trippetta feel about Hop Frog? So let's go to where they talk about that at the end of the passage. Okay. So it says, but she, meaning Trippetta the frog, on account of her grace and exquisite beauty, although a dwarf, was universally admired and petted. So she possessed much influence and never failed to use it whenever she could for the benefit of Hop Frog. So doesn't this sound like she's doing something really nice? It's saying she was like really pretty and she had a lot of influence and she used it for the benefit of Hop Frog. So she's helping out Hop Frog, right? So that's something that like a really nice friend would do. Okay. So choice C, right? She's kind towards him. She helps him. Okay. Anything from this passage? 44 is G because you need to look at the key words here. It says, it is not to be wondered that a close intimacy arose. So it may, like, if it's saying it's not to be wondered, it means you shouldn't wonder, meaning you shouldn't question, you shouldn't be surprised that they became friends, right? And it says indeed. Indeed kind of means like, of course they soon became friends, right? So it was something that's expected. Like duh, right? Like of course they became friends. 39 is an A because remember that this is the first paragraph, and so they're kind of just setting the scene, right? They're describing the jesters, where they would do the performance, what they would wear, right? It's not like the author was like, okay, this is why you need to pay attention to so and so, or like this is why you need to pay attention to the details at the table, right? It's not saying like the importance of that. Okay, 44 I just explained. 41 is an A because remember that paragraph 3 is adding on to the idea of paragraph 2, where paragraph 2 talks about the king likes things that are funny, right? And then paragraph 3 talks about some of the funny things that he likes, which are like the jesters and the dwarfs. Shift in narrative implies a contrast, but they didn't do a contrast, they just added on. Okay, let's go to the next passage. Okay, next we have like a nice little short poem. It says it's not growing like a tree, right, by Ben Jonson. Okay, and we're just talking about kind of like humanity almost, right? Yeah. So let's see. Read lines 1 and 2. It is not growing like a tree, in bulk doth make man better be. How does this contribute to the central idea of the poem? Well, let's think, okay, what does this kind of mean? Okay, they're basically just describing kind of like, they say it's not growing like a tree, right? What is this not growing, right? In bulk doth make man better be, right? What would make man better, right? But they say it's not growing like a tree. So already we're thinking, okay, he's dismissing something, right? He's disagreeing. Okay. So this is why it would be choice E. Okay. It's not G. This is too literal. Remember, we are reading a poem, right? Doesn't mean that men do not grow like trees or that men are better than trees, right? He's saying that it's not growing like a tree in a way that would make man better, right? So he's almost dismissing this way to evaluate humanity, right? Because he's saying it's not making man better. Okay. 3 and 4. Okay. Or standing long in oak 300 year, to fall a log at last, dry, bald, and sere. How do the lines contribute to these ideas, right? So how are we just building on 1 and 2? Okay. So they're saying to fall a log at last, dry, bald, and sere. And sere, they say, means withered. So these are very negative adjectives, right? Yes, 46 is it? Let me see. 46 should be choice E. If it said choice F on your Google form, that might have been an error because my copy says choice E. Okay, but anyway, okay, go back to the quote, right? They're saying they have like negative words here, right? Fall a log at last, dry, bald, and sere, and they're asking, okay, how does this contribute to those ideas in line 1, right? It sounds like they're kind of disapproving of what happens as you get older, right? They're saying you get dry, bald, sere, right? Like not good things, right? They don't say you get bigger, right? It's actually, it could be the opposite because when you're withered, you kind of like get smaller, okay? And there's no comparison that's happening, so it's not choice B. Okay, choice C, they point out the negative aspects of living a long time, or they point out that oaks live up to about 300 years old. So again, this is not kind of the main idea here. The main idea here is just how they are able to live a long time and the negative aspects of this, right? They become dry, withered, bald, just kind of like that, right? That's why it's choice C. Yeah, okay, and 46 is E. I'll frame this one again. So the reason why 46 is E, right, is because they say it's not growing like a tree, right, that makes man better. Sometimes if you see this like you see this like words and you get confused, I'm just gonna cross it out, right? They're basically saying it's not growing like a tree that makes man better, right? That makes man better be. So I like if they're saying this right away, growing like a tree doesn't make you better, right? I'm thinking, okay, maybe this is like a common kind of idea that people have, right? That maybe people think growing like a tree, growing like a tree makes man better, right? But he dismisses that right away. He's saying it's not that. That's why he's dismissing this criterion that's used to evaluate humanity, right? Versus the other answer choices, right? Because F is too positive, right? He is not being positive here. It's the opposite of what he's saying. Does that make sense for 46? 47 is not B because he's not doing a comparison, right? He's not saying bigger is better than older. He's just saying as you get older, these bad things happen to you. You get dry, bald, withered, right? That's why. And it's not D because like, okay, fine, this is true, but what does that have to do with the main idea? It doesn't have to do anything with the main idea, right? Just because an answer choice is true, you need to ask yourself, does this answer the question? Does this actually contribute anything to lines 1 and 2? It doesn't, right? It doesn't contribute anything. It's just a fact. C actually points out these negative aspects of living a long time, and that kind of goes on with his idea of saying growing like a tree, right? Growing older like a tree doesn't make you better, okay? Okay, let's go to 48. Lines 5 through 8 convey the central idea of the poem. So again, let's just keep reading and let's see what he says here, okay? 5 through 8. A lily of a day is fairer far in May. So fairer, right? If you think of like Snow White, when they say like who's the fairest of them all, right? Like pretty, right? A lily is way prettier in May, even though it falls and dies that night. Okay. It was the plant and flower of light. So they're saying in May the lilies are prettier, even though they died during the night. And it's like it was like the plant of light, right? This is kind of it's explaining two things, right? They say, well, at one point it was the prettiest and then it died, right? So that shows that it's not always going to be the prettiest flower, right? Which makes me think, okay, this is something temporary, right? It will go from pretty to not pretty or pretty to like dead flower, right? Something temporary. Okay. I'm sure some of you picked E, right? Implying that everything must ultimately come to an end. Okay. This is kind of extreme. One, it says everything. And also like, you also need to think about the next two lines, right? We're talking about beauty. We're not talking about like life versus death overall. Okay. So that's why it's not E. Okay. It's not G. We didn't say anything about like the lily being so strong that it demands respect. And we're not talking about all these different types of flowers in the world and how they make nature more diverse, right? It's not really like that. Okay. Okay. 49, read lines 9 and 10. Okay. In small proportions, we just beauty see, and in short measures, life may perfect be. Okay. So which of the following supports what is implied in these lines? So here, right, it's kind of like right after the lily, they're saying, in small proportions, we just beauty see. So we see beauty like in small proportions, right? Kind of like a little bit of the time, okay? And in short measures, again, a little bit of the time, life might be perfect, right? It's kind of like, again, that idea of like things that are temporary, right? They're perfect for a little bit of the time, but then the perfectness kind of ends, right? The only answer choice that has both that contrast of like, yay, life's perfect, and then it's not perfect is choice D, right? Although it falls in dies at night, which is the, not perfect, it was the plant and flower of light, okay? The perfect, right? The good and the bad, kind of, okay? The other answer choices don't have that clear, like, contrast, okay? Okay, 50. How does the form of the poem contribute to its meaning? Meaning the way the poem is just kind of structured, okay? So let's see. It says the number of words in each line depends on the importance of the image. Not quite. I don't really think the number of the words really had to do with anything in terms of the meaning, right? Okay. The lack of regular rhyme reflects the lack of regularity in life. They do rhyme. It says tree, bee, year, seer, day, May, night, light, CV. So there is a rhyme, okay? Okay. H, it uses unusual capitalization to suggest the unusual nature of life. Not really. Poems very commonly will capitalize the first the first letter of each line. That's pretty normal. And if we go to G, right, the contrasting characteristics between a tree and flowers serve to emphasize a key point. This is true, right? They compare the tree, which is just it keeps living and living and living and like it won't die. And like it's kind of like miserable, right? Versus this flower that like has a happy life and then it dies and it's fine, right? These contrasting characteristics between the tree and the flower. Okay. $49 was D. And it's not B for 49 because remember we talked about the contrast, right? You need that contrast of like good parts of life, bad parts of life, right? B doesn't. B is only the sad like oak tree that like is like withering away. Okay. 48 was F. Okay. Let's quickly finish the last passage so then we can move on to the math. Okay, so then we have Sir Arthur and the fairy. So they're describing this kind of this.
What was the answer
Yeah.
to 50?
For 50,
Yeah.
50 was G.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, what was I saying? So this last passage is about like Conan Doyle, kind of like, and about like Sir Arthur and the fairies, right? And just kind of like a little bit of context behind that and like what kind of went into making this, right? And how Doyle felt about like the fairies. Okay. 51. Which sentence from paragraph 1 best illustrates the response to Doyle's claim about fairies? So this is the key thing here. It's not asking what did he think about fairies, it's what did other people think about what he thought of fairies? Does that make sense, right? The response to his claim about fairies. Okay, so we go to 51. That should be in the first paragraph. So it says kind of here, right? The great man's claim, meaning Doyle's claim, that fairies, real life fairies, had been photographed in the north of England by two young girls was greeted with wonder. But unfortunately for Conan Doyle, most of it was what can he be thinking variety? How could the creator of the world's most famous, least foolable detective have convinced himself that fairy photographs were real? So it's like everyone was kind of shocked, right? It's like they said, what could he be thinking? Like how can he be fooled, right? Um, like that, right? So it's definitely not A, because this actually doesn't even describe their response, right? It's just in the winter. Okay. Same thing with B. This isn't describing people's response. And same thing with D. This one also isn't in the sentence about people's response. This is the author just saying, okay, guys, like, let's move on, right? Choice C is our best answer, okay? Most of it was, what can he be thinking, right? People being skeptical of him. Okay. 52, why did Doyle believe that the two girls were not responsible for creating a fake photo? So why did he think that, like, they didn't make like a fake photo, right? So let's go back to like his kind of defense for them. That's the second paragraph, I think. Yep. Okay, so it says here in paragraph 2, right? He did a thorough investigation of the fairy photographs, okay? So people said like they couldn't find no evidence of photo doctoring. Still, they insisted someone who knew enough about photography could have faked them. In Conan Doyle's mind, so this is what's important, right? Because we want to know what Conan Doyle thought. That rules out the two Yorkshire village girls who had taken the photographs. Working class girls surely would not be able to pull off such a hoax. So he's saying, like, okay, they're working class, they would not be able to make like these elaborate fake photos, right? Because of the fact that they're working class. So it has to be their social class, right? Working class, social class, right? They would not have like the means to do so, right? They wouldn't have the abilities to do so. Okay. It's not that they couldn't master such skills, it's that they didn't have the resources because they were working class. Okay. This is an assumption. Okay. 53, which of the following lines from paragraph 3 most strongly suggests that Gardner was not the ideal person for the mission? So basically, like which one tells us that Gardner was not the right guy for hiring this? Okay. So if we go back, that's kind of the next paragraph, right? Because Conan Doyle's next step was an on-scene investigation, but he himself did not go, right? He enlisted a far from impartial surrogate, an ardent believer in fairies named Edward Gardner to carry the mission. So you're far from impartial, right? Impartial means someone who doesn't take sides, right? But he's far from it, which means he does take sides. He believes fairies are real, so of course he's biased, right? He was not the right guy for this. So this is choice B, right? This is a quote I just read that explains why he was not the ideal person. Okay. It's not A because that doesn't explain anything about Gardner. Okay. And the other answer choices don't directly explain why he wasn't the ideal person, right? The reason why he wasn't the ideal person is because he had this bias. He himself believed in fairies. Okay. Okay. Paragraph 4 contributes to the development of the narrative of the passage by, so kind of like just asking, what's the main idea of paragraph 4, right? Why did they include this? Okay, so here, this is Gardner kind of doing his interrogation, right, of imploring Elsie's parents, okay? And Elsie said, no, Francis has to be there too. And then they said he arranged with Francis' parents to spend part of her summer holidays in Cottingley. There was nothing either girl could do. The pressure was on, okay? Elsie told her she prepared 2 more cutout fairies, 1 for each girl. In the Hidden Valley, the 2 girls took 2 more photos. Then they both agreed in secret they would never take another fairy photo. So here they're kind of being sneaky, right? They're taking these photos in secret. Like it's just kind of going in detail about what they're doing, right? So it's just kind of explaining, right? It's just explaining their actions, right? The other answers are again kind of random, right? they're not saying that like people are always gonna lie. That's not like what the main idea of this passage is about. Same thing with H, right? He doesn't go into detail. Like, it's not like the author is saying like, okay, like everyone is inherently evil. Like, no, right? He's not like going on a tangent about like evilness or anything of that sort. And yeah, again, like there wasn't like a promise that's mentioned in this paragraph, right? So that's why choice F is the best. Okay. 55, which statement best describes Doyle's and Gardner's response to the third photo? So both of their responses to the third photo, specifically the third one, okay? So that is here, paragraph 5. Gardner was delighted to get 2 new photos, but even more thrilled with the third photo. Okay, so this tells us like, okay, it's gonna be here. One, which Elsie had not faked, okay? Both girls thought at the time that it was just a bird's nest, some rainwater, some shapes and shadows. But Gardner insisted it showed fairies. Conan Doyle thought too. So now they both think it's like fairies, right? Okay, so if we go back. But is it like actually that they thought that it was like a photo, like what was it, a fairy? Like technically like no, right? Because well, like not that they thought it was fairy, but like the girls are saying like, okay, like no, it's just a bird's nest, no, it's just rain. But they're like, no, that's a fairy, right? So they're disagreeing with the girls, right? So they don't think the girls faked the image, right? Because they actually now believe that it's a fairy. So they would think that they faked it if like maybe they didn't believe it was a fairy, right? They didn't say anything about fame, so it's not B. Okay. It says they were not thrilled to learn that it was not a fake. Again, we didn't see any reaction about like them being thrilled or not. C is the best. They were not convinced by the girls' thoughts about the photo, right? Because the girls said, oh, it's just rain. It's like a nest. But they're like, no, it's a fairy, right? So they're not convinced by what the girls thought of it. Okay. Okay, 56. Which of the following sentences most strongly supports the idea that the girls did not want to take additional fairy pictures? So what proves that they were like done? They didn't want to take any more photos. 54 was F. Okay, so let's see here. If you remember from earlier reading, paragraph 3 doesn't really have to talk about them taking additional photos, right? Paragraph 4 does, though. If we go back to paragraph 4. It says, during his visit to Conningley, Gardner implored Elsie's parents to get her to take more fairy photos. Elsie insisted this wasn't possible because Frances had to be there too for the fairies to appear. By that time, Frances had moved away. So, and then they say there's nothing either girl could do. The pressure was on. So they really like didn't want to take this photo, right? And we can see that here, Elsie trying to make an excuse like, oh, Frances has to be there. And then the guy gets Frances, and they're like, oh, like we can't do anything else. Like now we have to, right? So they're really reluctant. They don't want to. That's best explained here in choice F, right? Elsie insisted it wasn't possible because Frances had to be there. Okay, so that was kind of like her excuse to get out of it. Okay, and now 57, last one. With which statement would the author most likely agree? And the author would agree. Okay, let's kind of go to the end. Usually they explain something like this at like the end of the passage. Okay. So it says Conan Doyle quoted Gardner's assertion that the third and most amazing photo was a fairy bower. Conan Doyle also included Gardner's remark that we have now succeeded in bringing this point out splendidly. The article did not say what Gardner meant by bringing out the print. The man who had created the world's greatest detective never knew how badly astray his own imagination has gone. So that's a crazy statement, right? They're saying the man who was the greatest detective, aka Conan Doyle, didn't even know how badly astray, like how far his own investigation has gone, like in the wrong way, right? And said in order to avoid embarrassing him, so he was like really off the mark. Elsie and Francis did not reveal the secret of paper cutouts until long after his death. So he was just really wrong about this, right? And because Elsie and Francis never told the truth until after he died, that means Doyle never realized the truth about the photos, right? Because he went his whole life thinking like, yeah, they were real. Okay, so that's why this is choice B, and maybe the only time where you can pick that answer choice that says like never, right? Because this time they actually do say like after he died was when they revealed the truth. Okay, it's not C because they did reveal the truth. Okay, and same thing. And A is not true because this is kind of like a little bit of assumption, and like clearly the author thinks that he wasn't the best person to solve them because he couldn't solve this one, right? And it's not D because we actually don't know if Gardner figured out the photos were fake. We just know that Doyle never did. Okay, so does that make sense? Okay, that was a whole reading. Does anyone have any questions from this last passage before we start the math? Yeah, 54. Okay, so it says paragraph 4 contributes to the development of the narrative of the passage by. Let's go back to paragraph 4. Okay, and let's just kind of reread also with some context from paragraph 3. Okay, so a little bit before, right? Let's start like here. It says he talked to several people who assured him that the girls had played with fairies and elves since babyhood. He had already written to Elsie's mother, begging her to get her little girl to take more photos. He explained to Elsie's mother that he had long been anxious to obtain photos of fairies, pixies, and elves. Okay. Then he starts his investigation in paragraph 4, right? He goes to visit Elsie. Elsie says, no, like we need Francis there. And then he gets Francis there so they could take their photos, right? It says there was nothing either girl could do. The pressure was on, right? Remember that they faked the photos, okay? So when Francis arrived in Cottingley and the two were alone, Elsie told her she'd prepared 2 more cutout fairies, one for each girl. In the hidden valley, they took 2 more photos. And they both agreed in secret they would never take another fairy photo. So basically, what's going on here is that we're just kind of going through like this whole story timeline, right? We're explaining why the girls took even more fake photos, right? Because they were almost caught by Gardner, right? He said, you guys need to take more photos. They try getting out of it. He flies Francis out. So now they're like, oh, like now we're left with no other choice. We have to take more fake photos, right? So this is kind of just explaining the context as to why they had to take more, right? So that's why it's choice F. It's just explaining their actions. E is not correct because we did not read anything about a promise, right? That's kind of too much of an assumption, okay? They promise at the end that they would never take another fairy photo, right? After they already did everything that they did in paragraph 4. So it's not E, okay? And then G and H are kind of like, those are too much kind of like lessons, not necessarily like contributing to the main idea, right? And it's not like we don't really know what the author feels about these 2 little girls, right? He didn't say that they're evil for lying or that they represent all humans about lying, right? So that's why G and H are incorrect. Okay, any questions on that? Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So let's start the math. Okay, I'm gonna go a little quickly on math just to make sure we can get through everything. But if I'm like going too fast, like just let me know, okay? 57. 57 was B. Okay, so let's go through the math. I'll change color. Okay. What is the average of the circumference of figure A and the area of figure B? Okay, so figure A is a circle, right? Remember that a circle circumference is pi d, which is diameter. Our diameter here is 10, so this is 10 pi. Our area of a square is length times width. So this is going to be 6 times 10. This is 60. Okay, we want the average of the two. So they also said we can use 3 for pi. So this means circumference is really 10 times 3, which is 30. To find the average, we do 30 plus 60, right? We add the 2. Then we divide by 2 because we have two numbers. This is 90 over 2, which is 45. Okay. Here now we're solving for x. So absolute value of 34 minus 78. So 34 minus 78 is negative 44. Minus x plus negative 12 plus 20 is 8. So absolute value of 8 equals 36. Absolute value of negative 44 is just positive 44 minus x plus 8 equals 36. 44 plus 8 is 52 minus x equals 36. You subtract 52 on both sides. Negative x equals negative 16, which means we divide by negative 1. We get x equals positive 16. Okay, any questions on those two? Okay, cool. 60 says the sales price of a laptop is $1,912.50, which is 15% off the original price. What is the original price? Okay, so this $1,912.50 is 15% off the original, right? Okay, so that means you actually paid 85% of the original, right? That is this 1912. So I'm going to set this equal to 85 times the original. Okay, and then we divide by 85 or 0.85, and we would get 2250 as our answer. Okay, a few questions. Okay, so 59. I solve for x by doing 44 minus x plus 8 and then just solving for x. For 58, they did not ask for the area of the circle, they asked for the circumference of the circle. Okay, 61. Okay, 61, we're solving for x with fractions, right? So remember, keep, change, flip. I'm going to multiply this by 3 and this by 5. Okay, and I'm going to multiply this by 5 and this by 6. Okay, so this becomes 6 over 15 minus 5 over 15 times x equals 5 over 30 plus 12 over 30. Okay, 6 over 15 minus 5 over 15. Yeah, everything, this whole lecture is being recorded and sent to you guys. Okay. Okay, 6 minus 5 is 1. So we have 1 over 15x equals 5 plus 12 is 17 over 30. Okay, I'm going to teach you guys a shortcut. This is pretty cool. It comes in handy. When you have two fractions equaling each other like this, you can simplify bottom and bottom or top with top. Okay, so like 15 simplified. If both of these are divisible by 15, I can divide it by 15. This becomes 1, this becomes 2, and then you cross multiply. So 2x equals 17. Okay, divide by 2, x is equal to 8.5. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you guys can see like the full page. Okay. Then 62, we have the diameter of a given semicircle slice is 18 centimeters. Okay, so diameter here to here is 18, okay? What is the perimeter of the slice? So remember, for a perimeter of a semicircle, you need to do half the circumference plus the diameter, okay? So half the circumference plus diameter, okay? So half of the circumference would be half of 18 pi, right? Because circumference is pi times diameter, plus 18. Okay, so perimeter here would be half of 18 pi is 9 pi plus 18. Then you plug in 3.14 for pi. So it becomes 9 times 3.14 plus 18. Oops. And that gives us 46.26. Okay. Any questions from the first page? Yeah. Tarun Chambers. Sorry, I don't know if I pronounced it wrong.
The answer is 46.26. How would you mark that on the test? There's only 4 bubbles.
Yeah, there's an error with this one. There's 4 bubbles on your bubble sheet.
Here, like I marked it as 46.3, and that was technically marked as incorrect. But on the SHSAT, they say that you would round in this case.
Yeah, they would tell you to round.
So this would be 46.3. So
Right.
that's, yeah. So while I technically got 3 incorrect, I feel like that's 2.
Yeah. So I guess like just remember, if you guys got 46.26, that is correct. It's just there was an error with the bubble sheet. On the real SHSAT, they would tell you guys like to round. Yeah, and I told my student to just put this exact answer because that's kind of what there is looking for. Someone asked, has there ever been an instant where students had to round? They would tell you. They would give you like the instructions will be very exact. They will tell you round to the nearest 10th, round to the nearest 100th, okay? On the real exam. Okay. So I'll just explain 62 again really quickly. So a few of you asked. So remember, we're finding perimeter of a semicircle. Okay, perimeter of a circle is a circumference, right? We have half of the circle though, so we're gonna do half the circumference. But remember, you also have this diameter, so you need to add the diameter too. Okay. The circumference formula is pi times diameter, which is 18. I half that because we have half the circle. 9 pi plus 18. Then you just plug in 3.14 for pi, and then you add and you get 46.26. Okay, any questions from this page? Okay, let's go to the multiple choice now. So they say in a scale diagram, 0.15 inch represents 150 feet. How many inches represents 2.5 feet? So here we're kind of making a scale, right? They say 0.15 inches is equal to 150 feet. Then they want to know, well, how many inches? So x inches is 2.5 feet in real life, okay? And then we just cross multiply and we solve. So we get 150x would be equal to 0.375, okay? And then we would divide by 150. And you should get x equal to 0.0025, okay? Choice C. So here it's just all about setting up like your proportion correctly. Okay, if 3/7 of z, it says of, right? When you have a fraction and then of, that means multiply. So 3/7 times z equals 54. What is 2/5 of z? So first we need to find z, right? So I'm going to solve for z. I'm going to multiply by 7 on both sides to get rid of the fraction. I get 3z is equal to 378, okay? Divide by 3. Z is equal to 126, okay? So it's pretty big. Okay, and then they say 2/5 of z. So I'm going to multiply now 2/5 times 126 over 1. That would give me 252/5. which is 50.4, okay? Technically, like, you don't really need to do the division here, because if you think about it, right? Well, you should know 250 divided by 5 would be 50, and there's only one answer choice that's above 50, right? And also, like, 2/5 is 0.4, okay? Okay, 65. Mary has 8 blue pens, 2 green pens, 4 black pens. If she picks out one pen randomly, what is the probability that she picks out a blue pen? Okay, so let's add up all the pens she has, right? 8 plus 2 plus 4, this is 14 pens. My headphone just died. One sec. One sec. Okay. Okay. They want to know the probability of her picking a blue pen, right? So blue out of the total. She has 8 blue pens out of 14. We simplify this. It's 4/7. Choice B. Okay. Okay. 66. I think what we'll do is we'll do like one page at a time, and then I'll ask, okay, like, does anyone have any lingering questions from this page? And then we'll kind of go like that. Okay. So it says a car travels at a speed of 72 miles per hour. How far will it travel in 8 hours? So here we use the formula distance equals rate times time, right? For solving for the distance, rate is always like unit per like time, right? So miles per hour in this case, so 72. And she went 8 hours, so 72 times 8. 72 times 8 is 576. Okay, choice F. Okay. 67 says if Sam spent $60 on sweets and he spent 25% of the selling price for the tip, how much did he spend? So they're saying he spent $60, right? That's the cost of like all the sweets, all the candy. Then there's another 25% tip, right? So on top of the 60%. So he's really paying 125% if you think about it, right? He's paying the full price of the candy, then another 25%. So I'm going to multiply 1.25 by 60, right? 125%. That equals to our answer of 75. Okay, choice D. Okay, and then 68, which of the following numbers has factors that includes the smallest factor other than 1 of 95? Smallest factor other than 1. Well, 1 and 95 are factors. And then the next factor is 5. That's the smallest factor other than 1. Okay. Is anyone having problems seeing my screen? Can you guys see it? Yeah.
Excuse me? Yeah, it says
Okay. I think if there's someone who can't see it, maybe leave and then read. Okay, you got it. Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. So our smallest factor other than 1 is 5, right? That's the next one after 1. So the only answer here that's divisible by 5 is 45. Okay. Any questions from these 6? Nope. Okay, cool. I'm going to go to the next page then. So here is just kind of like a classic PEMDAS question, right? Do everything slowly and carefully. Okay, so remember we do parentheses first and then the exponents. Here, everything's kind of separate. There's no parentheses on the numerator, so let's do all the exponents first. 4 squared is 16. 3 squared is 9. -5 squared is positive 25. Okay, here we have parentheses first. Okay, 9 plus 10 is 19. Minus 11 is 8. Now we square 8. Now we add the top. Okay, 16 plus 9 is 25. 25 plus 25 is 50. 8 squared is 64. All of my answers are simplified, so I'm going to divide this by 2. I get 50, sorry, not 50. 25 over 32. Choice A. Okay, any questions? 68 was choice H. Okay, let's do 70. Angle A and angle B are supplementary. The measure of angle A is 2 times the measure of angle B. What is the measure of angle A in degrees? So supplementary, remember, means adds to 180. Okay? That means A plus B equals 180. Then they say A is 2 times the measure of angle B. So A equals 2 times B, right? 2 times measure of angle B. What is A? Well, I have A plus B equals 180, and then A equals 2B. So I'm going to plug in 2B for A. So 2B plus B equals 180. Okay? 3B equals 180. Divide by 3. B equals 60. But remember, A equals 2B, which means it's 2 times 60, which is 120. Okay? Choice F. Here we have another question. Kind of, again, like PEMDAS. So we have 200 times, we do inside first, which is 3 times 0.01 squared minus 200. I'm going to teach you a shortcut. Because I'm sure a lot of you probably actually did do like 3.01 times itself again, which is really annoying, right? Multiplying with decimals is really annoying, okay? Look at all the answer choices. Aren't they all like super far apart? We go 201, 360, 700, 1600, right? Because they're so far apart. Only do this because they're so far apart. I'm just going to say 200 times 3 squared minus 200. Because this is multiple choice. All the answers are far apart. So why am I going to waste precious time multiplying the 0.01? You know, it's almost the same thing, right? I'm just going to estimate. And now my life becomes a lot easier, right? 200 times 3 squared is 9 minus 200. 200 times 9 is 1800. Minus 200, 1600. There is only one answer choice that is even remotely close to 1600, right? So you just save like precious time by doing that, okay? Okay. 72, if x equals -2 in the following equation, what is y? Okay, so let's plug in -2. 2 times -2 plus 3 equals y plus 6 over 5. Okay, and now we solve for y, right? First, let's just get the left side simplified. 2 times -2 is -4 plus 3 equals y plus 6 over 5. -4 plus 3 is -1 equals y plus 6 over 5. That y plus 6 is being divided by 5, right? I want to get rid of that, so I'm going to multiply both sides by 5. -5 equals y plus 6. I'm going to subtract 6 on both sides, right? Because opposite signs. -5 minus 6 is -11. Choice F. Okay, any questions? I guess we'll just wait until the next two are done and then I'll ask again. Okay, 73. Thomas is 6 feet 8 inches tall. Alex is 5 feet 3 inches tall. What is the difference in inches? Okay, always circle the unit that they want, okay, between Alex and Thomas. So Alex, or actually let me do Thomas first. He's 6 feet 8.5 inches. Remember that 1 foot equals 12 inches. When I go from a bigger unit to a smaller unit, I multiply. Okay, so I'm going from a bigger unit, which is feet, to a smaller unit, which is inches. So I'm going to multiply by 12. and then add the extra 8.5 inches, okay? That is 72 plus 8.5, okay? Which is 80.5. So Thomas is 80.5 inches. Alex is 5 times 12 plus 3. So he is 60 plus 3, which is 63. And if we do 80.5 minus 63, this is 17.5 inches difference, okay? All right, now let's do 74. So 74 is kind of like another shortcut a little bit. So here we have 0.02 over 0.25 equals 1.25 over x, okay? Let's say I'm kind of running out of time and I don't want to divide like with all these decimals, right? Well, let's kind of make our lives easier, okay? I'm going to make all of these into whole numbers. If I multiply or I move the decimal 2 times to the right for all of these, I get rid of the decimal, right? I get 2 over 25 equals 125 over x. And now it's just a little bit easier. You don't have to do it like this. It's just I personally like working with whole numbers, okay? Dividing with whole numbers, multiplying whole numbers, I think it's easier, okay? And now we cross multiply, right? So I get 2x equals 125 times 25. 2x then equals to 3,125. And I divide by 2. X equals to 1562.5. But remember that I moved the decimal 2 spaces, right? For all of them, which means I need to move it back 2 spaces to the left where it originally was. So x really equals to 15.625. Okay. Now, any questions from this second page or these 6 questions here? Anything to review again? Okay, I'll take the silence. That's a good sign. Let's keep going. Okay, no one? Any questions from this page? No? Everyone understood? Okay, cool. Nice. All right, let's go to 75. We have the least of 8 consecutive integers is m, and the greatest is n. So remember, consecutive integers are numbers one right after the other, okay? Okay, m is my first number because it's the least. Okay, it says the greatest is n. So that means 8th place is n, right? What is the value of n plus n over 3 in terms of m? Well, first we need to put kind of n like with m, right? Well, if you think about it, right? If m is the first number and n is the 8th number and they're consecutive, doesn't that mean that n is essentially 7 spots away from m? So we can kind of think of this as m plus 7, right? Because they're consecutive. M is first, n is 8th. There's 7 numbers in between, and they're all one right after another. So it would really be m plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, etc. until 7, right? So now they want m plus n over 3. I'm going to plug this in for m. This becomes m plus 7 over 3, which is really just 2m plus 7 over 3. Okay, any questions on C? I mean, on 75. Oh my gosh. Okay. 76, in the infinitely repeating decimal below 1 is the first digit in the pattern. What is the 68th digit? So here our pattern is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers, right? So I'm going to divide 68 by 6 because it'll just be a cycle of every 6. This is 11 with a remainder of 2. The remainder is what's important. Because the remainder is 2, I'm going to look at the second digit, which is 4. So my answer is 4. Okay. Yesterday, Kylie writes 10% of her homework. Today, she writes another 18% of the entire homework. What fraction of homework is left for her to write? Okay. So she writes 10% of her homework, right? Then she does 18% of the total entire homework. Okay. So in total, she's done 28% of the homework, right? So percents are out of 100. So that means 72% is left. Okay. So 72 over 100 is left. And then we can divide both sides by 4. And we get 18 over 25. Okay. And we go to 78. So in a box of blue and yellow pens, the ratio of yellow pens to blue pens is 2 to 3. Okay, so 2 to 3. The box has 9 blue pens. How many yellow? Well, let's look. Okay, ratios are always just kind of like scale factors, right? So to go from 3 to 9, I did times 3. So I need to do times 3 on this side and get 6. So 6 pens for yellow.
Was the answer to 77A?
No, it was C.
Okay.
This is the work for it. Okay, because there's still 72% left. So we divide by 4 to get 18 over 25. Okay, what decimal is equivalent to -6 over 9? Remember that -6 over 9 is 2/3, right? -2/3 is 0.6 repeating. Okay. 80, how many positive even factors of 68 are greater than 26 and less than 60? Well, first, what are the factors of 68? There's 1 and 68, 2 and 34, 4 and 17. And that's it. So how many are greater than 26 and less than 60? Only 1, 34. Okay, simplify here. So -11 plus 6.7, this is what we would do first, and then we would do like these two together because they're multiplication. So let's actually do that first. Let's do the multiplication first. So -11.6 plus 6.7. -2 times -15.3 is positive 30.6. Okay. Then we do -11 plus 6.7 is -4.9 plus 30.6 to get 25.7. Okay. Any questions from this page? I think I see some. So 76, 0 does not count as a digit because it's 0 point, right? That 0 is imaginary. It's just kind of to help you see that it's a decimal, but it's not, you don't actually need it. Okay. And okay. For 75, this is pretty much all the work for 75. I'm not sure what you mean by show my work for 75. Or do you just mean like show you like what I did? I don't know. But I'll explain it again. So we have M is the first number, right? It's the least. And then the greatest is N, which is 7 spaces away, right? Because it's 8. So we can say that N equals M plus 7, and then we can plug in M plus 7 for N here. 79. Oops, I forgot to circle it. It's B. Okay, let's move on to the next page, or any other questions from this page? Okay, cool. Okay. The ratio of two sides of a parallelogram is 2 to 3. If the perimeter is 40 centimeters, find the length of the side. So let's just draw our parallelogram. Okay. This is my parallelogram. Let's say this side is 3 and 2. Okay. But remember, they say the ratio is 2 to 3. That doesn't mean that it actually is 2 to 3, but it's just whatever it is, it's always like times 2 or times 3. Okay. The real perimeter is 40, right? we can say then that maybe this is 3, this is 3. So 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2 is 10. So our perimeter is basically multiplied or scaled by 10 from the real perimeter, which is 40. So we can do 40 divided by 10, which means 4 is our scale factor. So if our ratio is 2 to 3, to find the real sides, you multiply both sides by 4 to get 8 to 12, which is choice E. Okay? If x can be any integer, what is the greatest possible value of the expression 2 minus x squared? This is an interesting question. So here we have 2 minus x squared, right? And we want the greatest possible value, okay? This is kind of like an intuitive question, right? X squared we know is going to be really large, right? Anything bigger than like our answer will make it negative, right? Here, let's see like why the answer choices don't work. Let's say x was -1, okay? If I did 2 times -1 squared, this would be 2 minus 1. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, okay. 2 minus 1, right? Which is 1. Wait, is there an error here? Okay, and then if we have 2 minus 0 squared, right? This is 2 minus 0, which is just 2. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I read this question wrong. I thought they were asking what's the greatest possible value of x. They're asking what's the greatest possible value of this expression. So what's the largest value that this expression is equal to? Okay? So not what's the largest value of x. Okay? So here we have to think, well, x can be any number, right? But what will happen is because it's 2 minus etc., right? This is going to be like end up being negative, right? Because if we make it like like I said, like if x is 1, it could end up being like the answer is 1, right? But if x is 3 and we do 2 minus 3 squared, that becomes negative, right? Or even if x is 2, right? 2 minus 2 squared is 4. That's also negative, right? Okay, so we need to think, okay, like, it can't be bigger than 2. Okay, x, like, essentially, it can't be bigger than, like, making this, like, where the difference is 2, right? So in this case, then, we need to think anything bigger that won't make it negative, right? That would be 0. If x is 0, right? This is 2 minus 0 squared. 2 minus 0 is 2. That's the biggest value that we can get, okay? Because if x is 1, right, then that would mean this is 2 minus 1 squared, which is 1. We try x is equal to 2, this becomes 2 minus 2 squared, which equals to -2, right? That means the greatest value we can get is 2, because any number after that, even if x is negative, right, because of the fact that it's squared, it's always going to be really big. It's going to be positive, and that's going to be end up going negative, okay? So the like highest value of x we can have is like 0 technically, okay? Okay. A store has a container of handballs, 6 green, 5 blue, 8 white, 10 yellow. If one ball is picked from the container at random, what is the probability that it will be green? So we want green over the total. Why can't 83 be B? Okay, so remember, we're not finding like the value of x. We want the greatest possible like answer to this equation, okay? 2 is the highest you can get, right? 2 is greater than B, which is 0. That's why it's not B, okay? That's how they trick you, because you read the question and you think what's the lowest or what's the highest possible value of x, but they're asking what's the highest possible value for this expression, meaning the answer to this expression, okay? Okay, so here we want green. So we have 6 green, over our total of 6 plus 5 plus 8 plus 10. 6 over 29. Choice G. Okay. Okay. 85. In the figure below, F is the midpoint of EH. Which segment has the length 2y minus x centimeters? So let's just kind of put things in order first. Okay. F is the midpoint of EH, right? Midpoint is something that divides it in half. So from E to F is y. That means from F to H is y. And EH is 2y then, right? Because it's y plus y. Okay? And now let's kind of think. Let's just find, like, let's fill in the blank, basically. Okay? Here to here is y, right? And I want 2y minus x. So the whole thing minus x. Well, look, okay? Here we have the whole thing, and here we have x, right? Maybe I'll use a highlighting color. So from here to here is 2y, right? And then we need to subtract x from it. Well, x ends here. So that means 2y minus x needs to be GH, okay? Because it's total minus that x. Okay. $84 is G. Okay, next, let's do 86. Twelve students had a mean score of 75. The remaining 10 students of the class had an average of 85. What is the average of the entire class? Okay, so here you're working backwards from mean formula, right? So originally, 12 students have an average of 75. Remember, to find mean, you add up all the scores, right? And then you divide by how many students you have, right? Here, we don't know what all the scores are. I don't know the individual scores, but I can find what they all add up to, right? And that's the important part. It's just finding what they add to. So first, let's do that for the x over 12, right? So let's say this is the sum of those 12 students. They said the average is 75. So I'm going to set that equal to 75, right? And multiply by 12 to get rid of that fraction. And we get x is equal to 900. Okay, so those 12 students, I don't care what like person A, person B got. I just know all of them, their tests add up to 900. Okay, now let's do the same thing for the other 10 students. Let's say that y, their sum is equal to y. Their average equals 85. Again, multiply by 10. Y is equal to 850, right? Now we need to think, well, we need to add up all the scores, right? So that's x plus y over all the students, which is 10 plus 12. That's equal to 900 plus 850 over 22, which is 1750 over 22, which is 79.5%. Okay. Now let's do 87. Okay. X over 4, or for what value of x is the equation here true? Okay. X over 4 minus 2.5 equals 4 times 6 minus 3x. So I'll teach you guys like a little shortcut here as well. Okay. So first, let's just simplify. So you know you're going to distribute this 4, right? Let's have x over 4 minus 2.5 equals 24 minus 12x minus 2. Okay, I'm going to simplify this right side again. I'm going to leave the left side alone for now. Okay, 24 minus 2 is 22 minus 12x. Okay, I don't like the left side. I don't like that it has a fraction. I don't like that it has a decimal. I want to get rid of both. What I can do to get rid of that, right, is multiply by 4 on both sides. 2.5 times 4 evens out nicely, so that's how I know this works, okay? And because I multiplied the left side by 4, I need to multiply the right side by 4 as well, okay? 4 times x over 4 basically cancels out this denominator, but remember you distribute it to both. So this just becomes x. It doesn't become 4x because the 4 and 4 cancels out basically, okay? 4 times 2.5 is 10. You can also, like, let's say, like, you don't know that it's 10 right away. We'll think 4 times 2 is 8, right? 4 times a half is 2. So 4 plus 2 is 10. I'm sorry, 8 plus 2 is 10. Okay, so that's how you get 10. Okay, and then we distribute the 4 on both sides here. We get 88 minus 48x. Okay, and now look, it's a lot easier to solve, right? We don't have any decimals or anything. So I'm going to add 48x on both sides. 49x minus 10 equals 88. Plus 10. 49x equals 98. Divide by 49. X equals 2. Okay. Any questions from this page? Don't be shy. Yeah, let's go over 87. Oh, that's one I just did, right? Okay. Okay, anyone else? Like anything before 87? Just so we can go in order. No? Okay. Do 87. 83. Okay, so let's do 83 also. Okay, so here they're asking, okay, what is the largest possible value of this equation, right? So not the largest possible value of x, right? The largest answer, okay? The largest like answer to this equation. So you kind of just have to think about this like kind of like it's more thinking it through and less of like doing the algebra. Okay? So you need to think like, okay, 2 minus something squared, right? And the greatest answer for that. So if like the reason why it's 2 is the greatest is because like the greatest value of x has to be 0, right? And the reason for that is x can be like 5, right? But remember that you're doing 5 squared and you're doing 2 minus 5 squared, right? That's going to give you negative 23, for example, right? Any answer other than x as 0, right? Like anything other than x being 0 is going to make this negative, with the exception of 1, but that will make it 1, right? And 1 is not the greatest. So basically, the larger x gets, right, like the more negative this answer is going to be. And so that's why the answer here, the greatest possible value is 2, right? Where x has to be 0 because everything else will be too small. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do the answer for number 10, that's from reading. But number 10 was E. Okay, so let's do this one again. I'll just erase the work and we can redo this one. Okay, so here they're asking what is the value of x, essentially, right? So as normal, just solve this by simplifying first, right? So 4 by distributing 4. So x over 4 minus 2.5 equals 24 minus 12x minus 2. I'm going to simplify the right side further to have x over 4 minus 2.5 equals 22 minus 12x, okay? The left side has a decimal and a fraction, okay? on your test, it's really annoying to work with a fraction and a decimal, right? It takes more time to do the multiplication. I want to get rid of this fraction. So I'm going to multiply this side by 4, okay? Why do I multiply by 4? Because if you want to cancel something out, you do the opposite, right? X over 4 is basically dividing by 4, right? So I'm going to multiply by 4. And I multiply both of these by 4. And because I multiplied the left side by 4, I need to multiply the right side by 4. Because whatever you do to one side, you do to the other, right? Let's do this 4 on the side. 4 times 1, right? Oops, it's not use x. Times x over 4, right? That's 4x over 4. That divides to just x, okay? The 4 cancels out. But remember, you're still distributing the 4 to the 2.5. 4 times 2.5 is 10. And that equals 288 minus 48x. Okay, I'm going to add, now I just solve like normal, right? Put all the x to one side, all the numbers to the other. So I'm going to add 48x on both sides. 49x minus 10 equals 88. Plus 10 plus 10. 49x equals 98. Divide by 49. X equals 2. Okay, any questions on 87? Does that make sense now? Yes, okay. Let's keep going to the next page. Okay, if x equals 3, what is the approximate value of the following expression? So here, they gave us x, we just need to plug in. Okay, so 4 times 3 cubed plus 2 times 3 plus 1 over 3 squared plus 8. This is a long one. Okay, so this is 4 times 27 plus 2 times 3 is 6 plus 1 over 3 squared is 9 plus 8. Okay, 4 times 27 is 108 plus 6. And I'll show you guys a trick for this 1 over 9. Okay, so there are some fractions where it's important to memorize, and some fractions have patterns, okay? Fractions with the denominator of 9 is one of those that has a pattern, and it's pretty cool. Okay, so basically, whatever you have, right? Like let's say you have 1 over 9, 2 over 9. When it becomes a decimal, it's literally just the numerator repeating. Okay, so 1 over 9 is 0.1 repeating. 2 over 9 is 0.2 repeating. 3 over 9 is 0.3 repeating, as you know, because it simplifies to 1/3. 4 over 9 is 0.4 repeating. 5 over 9 is 0.5 repeating, and you get the idea, right? Which is pretty cool. I think this is a good pattern to know because it'll save you time of having to like divide. Okay, so let's go back to the question, right? So now that I know that 1 over 9 is 0.1 repeating, they say approximate value, right? Which tells you it's okay to round or like not write 0.1111, right? I'm just gonna say that 1 over 9 is 0.1, okay? Plus 8. And now we just add, okay? So this all adds up to 122.1. Choice G, okay? No, the rule only applies if the denominator is 9. Okay? It has to be 9. And then the numerator is just like that, repeating as a decimal. Okay, the probability of drawing a blue candy at random from a bag of 30 candies is 3 over 5. Okay? After 6 candies are removed from the bag, what's the probability of drawing a blue candy? So originally, right, we have 30 candies. Some of them are blue, let's say B. And that a 30, right? And that probability is 3 over 5. Now I can find how many blue candies I have, right? So I'm going to use my simplifying trick again, because they're equal to each other. I can do bottom and bottom. So divide by 5, this is 1, this is 6, then cross multiply. B is equal to 18. So I have 18 blue candies originally, right? But then I remove 6. So I'm going to subtract 6. And because I subtracted, like I took out some blue candies, my total is also going to change by 6, right? And that gives us 12 over 24, which is a half. Okay. Emma answered 9 out of 45 questions on a test incorrectly. What percent of questions did she answer correctly? So she answered 9 incorrectly, right? So that means all the other ones she got right. So that's 36 correct, 36 over 45. You can divide both by 9 and you get 4/5, which is 80%. Okay? H. Oops. Okay. Okay. Then this is just kind of simplifying, right? 9 minus 2. So let's distribute this negative sign and this -2 here. We have 9 minus 8n minus 14 minus 5n minus 9. And we simplify. So 8n, -5n is -13n. 9 minus 14 minus 9. Well, 9 minus 9 cancels out, right? It's just 0. So then it's just -14. So choice B. Okay? 88 was G. Okay, 92. If Anna multiplies her age by 5, so we don't know how old she is. Let's say she's A. If she multiplies her age by 5, okay, and then she adds 3, she gets her mother's age. Okay, and it says X is her mother's age. So that means this equals X. Okay, what is Anna's age in terms of X? So basically they're asking, what is Anna, right? Sometimes students get confused when it's like in terms of blank. Just think about like, okay, they're asking what is Anna's age? Anna's age is A. I want what is A? I want A alone. Okay, so now I'm just going to get A alone. So I'm going to subtract 3 first. 5A is equal to X minus 3. Divide by 5. I get A equals X minus 3 over 5. Choice E. Okay? Okay, and then the last one for this page, and then we'll do a quick review. Okay. 6x minus 4y equals 30. What is x in terms of y? Same thing as the previous one, right? They're asking, what is x? I don't even care about this. They said, what is x? I'm going to find x. I'm going to get x equals x alone. 6x minus 4y equals 30. Plus 4y, because remember, I want x alone. 6x equals 30 plus 4y. Then I'm going to divide by 6, right, to get x alone. So this is x equals 30 plus 4y over 6. As you can see, though, everything is simplified. So I'm going to simplify everything a little bit more. X is equal to, what you can do because they're addition in the top and just one number in the bottom, you can kind of separate this as 30 over 6 plus 4y over 6. X equals 5 plus 2/3 y because you simplify it, which is choice B. Okay? Now, any questions from this page? Oh, 93. Okay, anyone else? Anything other than 93? 91? Okay. Wait, I just did 93. That's funny. Okay. Okay, and 89. Okay, so let's do 89. Okay, so it says probability of drawing blue candy, right? Out of 30 is 3 over 5. But we don't know how many blue candy we started with. That's why I put B here. Okay? And it's out of 30, so 30 is our total, right? Because you always want like what you want over your total. They said that probability is 3/5. So I'm going to set it equal to 3/5. And then we cross multiply and we end up getting 18, right? So we get 18 candies for blue. But then they take out 6. So I'm going to do 18 minus 6 over 30 minus 6, right? Because if I took out 6 blue candies, aren't I also taking 6 away from the total? So I subtract 6 from both. And then I get 12 over 24, which is 1/2. Okay, any questions on 89? Okay. 91. So this one, we distribute the -2, right? And to both 4 and 7. And then the -5, this is 1, sorry, not -5. This is -1 multiplying this, right? So if we do it again, we get 9 minus 8n, right? -2 times +7 is -14. -5n. -1 times +9 is -9. Okay. -8 minus 5 is the same thing as -8 plus -5, which is -13n. Okay. And then 9 minus 9 is 0. And then you have the -14 left over. Okay, any questions on 91? Okay. Anyone else? Any questions from this page? For 93, we're just gonna solve for x, right? You want to isolate x. So the first thing you need to do is get rid of the y that's on this side. So that's why we add 4y first. We have 6x equals 30 plus 4y. And because this is being multiplied by 6, you want to divide by 6. And then we just simplify. So 30 over 6 is 5. 4y over 6, it becomes 2/3. Okay? Okay, next page. Don't worry, guys, we're almost done. Okay, just like 20 questions left. Okay, 94. In the following parallelogram, find the value of x. Okay, so something to know, maybe you don't know about a parallelogram. There's two important rules with their angles. One, opposite angles are equal. And angles on the same side are supplementary. So these two angles, they're on the same side, so they're supplementary. Okay, so that means then 3x plus 20 plus that x is all equal to 180, and now we can just solve for x. Okay, this is 4x plus 20 equals 180, subtract 20, 4x equals 160, divide by 4, x equals 40 degrees. Yeah, complementary is when two angles add up to 90 degrees. Okay, so x is 40, choice B. Okay. The reciprocal of 3 over 5 is added to the reciprocal of 1/4. So remember that reciprocal means like when you flip the fraction over, right? So this would be 5/3 plus 4 over 1. Okay, what is the reciprocal of the sum? Let's make them common denominator. So I'm going to multiply by 3. 5 over 3 plus 12 over 3. 5 plus 12 is 17 over 3. And then they want the reciprocal of the sum. So then we flip it again, and it becomes 3 over 17. Okay, choice C. Next, Sarah walks 3 kilometers in 1 hour. How long does it take her to walk 12 kilometers at this rate? Okay. So her rate, remember rate is always however many miles, meters, feet in one like unit of time, 1 second, 1 hour, 1 minute, right? So her rate, they gave us, right? 3 kilometers in 1 hour. So then we can use D equals RT. Her distance is 12, right? Her rate is 3. We're finding the time. So we divide by 3. I get her time is 4 hours. Okay. Okay, 97. The arrow starts on space O and moves clockwise. Remember that clockwise is this way, okay? Around the circle, it moves through one space each minute. what space will the arrow point to in 140 minutes? Okay, so it goes one space per minute, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it takes 6 minutes to do like one full rotation, right? So I'm going to divide by 6 to find out like how many total rotations. That's 23, and we end up with a remainder of 2. So just like pattern questions, the remainder here is what's important. So let's say after the 140 minutes, we end up 23 times we go around and we end up at O, the 23rd time. Then we go one more, and then another one to end up at Q. So Q is my answer. 96 was G, and 97 is C. Okay. 98, this is just kind of like arithmetic. Okay, so we have 16 minus -5 plus -9. Okay, so this negative just becomes 16 plus 5 minus 9 minus 25 essentially. Okay, so 16 plus 5 minus 9 gives us about 12. Minus 25 is -13. So the reason for 97, why it's Q and not P, is because O is the starting point. So after 23 full cycles, we end up back at O, right? O would be if there was a remainder of 0, right? Because that's your starting point. Okay? But then you go 2 more after. That's why you end up at Q. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, okay. Can you use the absolute value symbol inside of an absolute value symbol? Yeah, I guess. Like I don't see why not. I don't really, it wouldn't make like that big of a difference. I guess it depends on the context, but like, yeah. Okay, 99. 97 was C. Scarlett played 5 games and had a mean score of 159. Mary played 3 games and had a score of 95. What was the mean of the scores for all 8 games? So this is like that other question with the test scores, right? We just need to find like what all their scores add up to find the new average. So Scarlett, okay, S, she played 5 games and her average was 159, which means all her games added up to a total of 795 points. Mary played 3 games and her average was 95. So again, we times 3. Mary's scores add up to 285 points. Their total, we just add up all the scores and all the games, which is 5 plus 3, to get 135 as our answer. Okay. All right. Any questions from this page? 98 was E. Yeah, and you can think of absolute value signs kind of like PEMDAS. I mean, kind of like parentheses when you think about PEMDAS. Okay, but any questions that you want to go over again from this page? $98. Okay. So here, when you have the two negatives next to each other like this, oh, let me change my color. It essentially just becomes a positive. Okay, so 16 minus -5 is the same thing as 16 plus 5. Plus -9 is the same thing as just subtracting 9. Okay, minus absolute value of -25 is 25. Okay, so 16 plus 5 is 21. 21 minus 9 is 12. minus 25 gives us negative 13. Okay. Any other questions from this page? Okay, cool. All right, let's go to the next. Oh, so this was the error question, which we'll skip to 101, I guess. Okay, 101. If we have radical 2y equals radical 5x, then x equals. So just like whenever you have 2x equals something, 2 over x or whatever, you want to do the opposite, right? So the opposite of a square root is squaring something, right? Putting it to the second power. So I'm going to square both sides. And that essentially just cancels our radical, okay? Now we have 2y equals 5x. I want x alone, so I'm going to divide by 5. And I get 2y over 5 equals x, which is choice C, or 2/5 y. Okay, 102 for the following equation. What is the sum of the values of m when n equals 2, n equals 3, and n equals 6? So unfortunately, I think this is probably one of the longest questions on this test. It's a little bit tedious. So they give you this formula that's always true. M times n equals 66. But then they give you different values of n. So here, it's really important that you're organized, okay? So let's try when n equals 2, n equals 3, n equals 4, okay? That means then 2 times m equals 66. M would be 33. Okay, what about 3 times m equals 66? M would be 22. And when 4m equals 66, m would be 16.5. And they want the sum of the values, so we're going to do 33 plus 22 plus 16.5 gives us 71.5. Okay, choice H. Okay. 103. A child grows 1 1/7 inches in 1/5 of 1 year. What is his growth rate in inches per, oh, okay. Well, it should be inches per year, but they do say yearly growth rate, so that's fine. Okay, so remember, right, you always want to think about D equals RT for any question like this, okay? Obviously, like growing up isn't like a distance, but it's the same thing, right? Kind of like just like the work done for something or something that happens in a certain amount of time. So his total like difference is 1 1/7, right? And this was in 1/5 of a year, 1/5 of a year. And we need to find the rate. So I'm going to leave R and we're going to solve for R, right? By dividing by 1/5 on both sides. Okay. So 1 1/7, we have to make this an improper fraction, right? So 1 times 7 is 7 plus 1. 8 over 7 divided by 1/5. 8 over 7 times 5 over 1 is 40 over 7. This is equal to R, and then we make that into mixed number is 5 and 5, 7. Choice B. 102 was choice H. Okay. Kim earned $55 an hour. John earned 10% less than Kim. How much did John earn? So John, he made 10% less than Kim. Yeah, for 103, you can also do 1 1/7 times 5. That's basically what I did, right? Because when you do the division by 1/5, it just becomes times 5 because of keep change flip. But you can't divide by 5 because then you're going to get even smaller than 1 year, okay? So you can multiply by 5 because this is in 1/5 of a year. So 5 over 5 of a year would be 1 full year, okay? Okay, so we're back to Kim and John. So John earned 10% less than Kim, right? David, you have a question?
Yes, sorry to bother, but what was the answer for 102?
Oh yeah, 102 was H.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Kim and John. Okay. Yeah. So John is earning 10% less than Kim, right? Which means he really has 90% of what Kim has, right? Because he has 10% less. So I'm going to say John is equal to Kim times 90%, right? That's equal to 55 times 0.9, which gives us 49.50. Okay. All right. Now let's do, yeah, Ella question.
Yeah, I have a question. Instead of doing multiplication with the decimal, couldn't you just do cross multiplication?
You mean like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Thank you.
Okay. 105 in the parallelogram below, what is the value of x plus y? Okay, so remember where I said opposite angles are the same. So here we see x and y are opposite each other, right? So x equals y. And then remember what I said about same side being supplementary. So we can say that 65 plus y is 180. And then we subtract 65 on both sides. We get y is equal to 115, which means x also equals 115. So x plus y is 115 plus 115 is equal to 230. Okay. Any questions from this page? Yeah, Alan.
Can we go over 101 again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So here we're solving for x, right? But we have to get rid of the square root, okay? So the only way you can get rid of something, right, is by doing the opposite, okay? Opposite of a square root is doing like squared, okay? It's doing something to the second power. So if I have radical 2y equals radical 5x, what I can do is square both of these. And what happens is that gets rid of the radical and it leaves whatever is inside. So then we have 2y equals 5x. And I want x alone, so I'm going to divide by 5. And we get x equals 2/5 y. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So you could square both sides, correct?
Yeah. You have
Okay,
to.
thank you.
If you square the left side and they're equal to each other, you have to square the right side. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any questions from this page? No? Okay, cool. We're almost done. 10 questions left. Okay, 106. Set A contains all integers from 15 to 160 inclusive, meaning it includes both 15 and 160. Okay, so A is 15 to 160. B is everything from 74 to 180 inclusive. How many integers are in A and not B? Okay, A and not B. So that would be everything from 15 to 74, right? Because A starts at 15 and B starts at 74, okay? And I want everything included in A and not B, so that's why you don't include this difference here, because like anything after 160 wouldn't even be an A, right? So that doesn't count. So we just do 74 minus 15 equals 59. And that's our answer. Okay? Okay. If 120% of a number is 60, what is 70% of that number? So 120% of a number, which is essentially 1.2 of that number, is 60, right? And we divide this by 1.2. Okay, x is equal to, well, we have to move this over, right, and add 1, 0. So essentially just becomes like 600 over 12, right, which is 50. Okay, and then we do 70%, so 0.7 times 50, which is 35. I think they're gonna email you guys the link to the recording. Like someone else from Kweller Prep will do that. They'll send it probably like by tomorrow. Okay, how many positive integers satisfy this inequality? So here, right, we just treat it like we're just solving an equation. So I'm gonna subtract 5 on both sides. I get x is less than 16. So is every positive integer less than 16? So that's 15 integers, okay? 109. What is the value of x that makes this equation true? Okay, so 48 over 5 equals 6 over x minus 1. So I'm going to cross simplify this because I can, when you have two fractions equal each other, okay, you can simplify top and top or bottom with bottom. When you multiply fractions, you simplify the diagonals, okay? So this is 1 and this is 8, right? Because I divided by 6 on both sides. And now this becomes 8 times x minus 1 equals 5 times 1. So 8x minus 8 equals 5. Okay. Add 8 on both sides. 8x equals 13. Divide by 8, we get x equals 13 over 8, which is equal to 1 and 5 over 8. Choice A.
They have attention, please. The library will be closed in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Complete the use of computers and bring your final slide.
Okay. We have x is 6 times 7 over 8, or 2 to the 7 over 8 power. So you actually distribute this and you multiply the exponents together. So when you have a power raised to a power, you multiply the two exponents, okay? So I'm going to simplify the 6 and the 8. This becomes 4 and 3. So this is 21 over 4. So it's x to the 21 over 4 power. Okay. X minus 1 is an even integer, which of the following must be odd. So if x minus 1 is even, right? Remember that the way the pattern works, right, in numbers, it's always odd, even, right? Like consecutive integers. Essentially, x minus 1 is talking about consecutive integers, right? So x minus 1 is even, that means x has to be odd, right? Because odd minus 1 is even. So x equals odd. Let's say x equals 7. Now you just go through the answer choices and you see which one works. Because we're running out of time, I'm just going to show you it's choice B. Because you do 2 times 7 plus 1 is 15. That's odd. Okay? Any questions from this page? And then I'm going to quickly do the last 4 because we have to end by 8:55, okay? Okay. Yeah, Adam.
You didn't write the answer for 110.
It's x to the 21 over 4, choice F. Okay. 108 was H. And 106. 1 second. Okay, so here, right, set A doesn't include anything from 15 to 74, so that's why we do 74 minus 15, right? Because that's all the numbers that B doesn't have, okay? Now let's do the last 4, because we have to leave by 8:55. Okay, here, we're just solving for x, okay? So 2 cubed is 8, not 3, negative 3 squared is positive 9, plus 2x minus 6 equals 11. Okay, this becomes 2x plus 11 equals 11. Subtract 11 on both sides. 2x equals 0. Anything divided by 0 is just 0. Okay? Jennifer drank 2 glasses of water. There was 2/7 milliliters in the first glass and then 3/8 in the second glass. How much did she drink? Okay, so this is just saying like how, like it's like asking like what is like how much she drank in total, right? So first she drank 2/7, then 3/8. So we just find common denominator and add. So we get 16 over 56 plus 21 over 56. And that equals 37 over 56. Okay, choice D. And then 114. We have 4 straight lines intersect at point 0, and we want the value of x. Okay, so this is 45. Remember that opposite angles are equal. That means this is 45 as well. Then if you look here, this whole thing is a semicircle, right? Which means it adds to 180, all 4 of those. So x plus 45 plus 50 plus 60 equals to 180. All these 3 add together to 155. We subtract 155. We get x equals 25 degrees. Okay. Someone asked.
Amrin, I'm interrupting really quickly. When you're done in a few minutes, I'm just gonna give everyone some closing remarks just so that they keep track of. All right. So just let me know you're finishing up and then just let me take over for a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah. I think we'll be done in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I just finished the last one.
Okay. That's perfect.
Okay. The answer to 107 was choice D. Okay. Any questions from the last 2 pages? Yes, Salima?
Would it be like okay to assume that for 114, for like the opposite angle of x, would it be okay to assume that that's like the same because
Yes. So this is also equal to x.
okay.
Yeah, I just chose this one because it was easier for you guys to see the semicircle. Rohani, question?
Can you go over 112 again?
Yeah. Okay. So here, right, we have 2 cubed plus -3 squared plus 2x minus 6, right? 2 cubed, remember, is 8, okay? 8 plus -3 squared. -3 squared is 9 plus 2x minus 6 equals 11, okay? 8 plus 9 is 17. Minus 6 is 11 plus 2x. This is equal to 11. So we subtract 11 on both sides. 2x equals 0. 0 divided by anything always equals 0. So x equals 0. Yeah, Haitam question.
For the math and English part, is it like so you said you work with like the SHSAT, but is it harder or easier than the regular SHSAT, like the Kweller Prep practice test? Is it easier or harder?
Kweller Prep exams are designed to be pretty similar to the real SHSAT. They might be a little bit more difficult to kind of prepare you guys, but relatively the same difficulty, if not a little bit more. Yeah, Madeline.
So for like the SHSAT like grammar part, do they like believe in Oxford commas or do they like,
Oxford commas in a list?
Comma, is it fine or do they want you to put it?
Like when you're listing things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have like a list of 3 things, you should have a comma before the and. Like 3 or more things, I should say.
I'm putting stuff into the chat. I don't think they're going to test that because that particular question is there are different viewpoints on that. So are we almost done? I want to go over a couple of things with the students before as we're parting.
last question. Tarun, last one, last question.
Are like some questions valued more than others, or are all
No,
questions equal?
question is worth the same point. Okay, that's it, right? Okay, I have to go now, but it was great working with you all today. Good luck on the SHSAT. You got this. Be confident when you're taking the exam, okay? You guys have prepared, you're ready, and you're gonna do great, okay?
Thank you.
Bye, good luck.
Aw, hi everyone. Okay. I want to go over a couple of things right now. So I'm on the screen. Let me spotlight myself. Let me see, where am I? Hello. Hi. Okay, ready? A couple of things I want to say. I am very proud of all of you, so I do want to share that. You're doing a great job. Number one, I put the SHSAT stress reductions webinar. It's in the chat. I'm gonna email it out also pretty late tonight, but just remember, I need you to skim every single one of those stress reduction techniques, which includes how you're going to plan your entrance and exit to the exam and what you're going to do in the days ahead. With that being said, please go through that. Separately, last week, Olga had a webinar where she went through SHSAT reading and math. I'd like all of you to carefully review that webinar as well. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, many of you are taking the exam October 30th. It's more important than school. Okay, remember, this is your big chance. Spend as much as possible. Go through the questions carefully. Keep repeating questions and keep practicing. I want to keep speaking a bit, so please. The SHSAT, if you look it up on the Kweller Prep YouTube channel, we have excellent SHSAT videos on the YouTube channel, old videos, go through them. On the Kweller Prep website, we have high school tours where we took many, many videos, years of videos of different high schools so that you can help with your high school selection. When you are approaching the SHSAT test date, make sure you're going through that stress reduction video very carefully because there are a lot of tips. It's in the chat right now. So make sure that you're spending your time and reviewing the videos. If you have any questions, you can always email us, info@kwellerprep.com. Your big goal right now, as we're speaking, is to slowly go through the SHSAT reading and math webinar that's in the chat right now. Possibly make that tomorrow's big priority and go through the stress reduction video. It is so important that you practice slowly and carefully. As you're taking this exam, many of you will test on the 30th. Much of this information is in the video, but I want to go over the most important parts. No matter what happens on this exam, where you go to high school, obviously, will not define your life. It's what you do and it's what you produce. That's number one. So you are going to make the school. With that being said, regarding the actual test, keep testing no matter what happens that day. If you're in the room, if someone is not feeling well or feels sick, or if for whatever reason it's too cold or too hot, it's okay. Just no matter what happens, do not stop until you finish the test. If for whatever reason you complete this exam in 2.5 hours, use that extra time to go over this test. It is unbelievably important that you keep testing. Go through every question slowly. Every question is worth the same amount of points. If you get stumped on question 47, no problem. Skip to 48 and keep testing. When you bubble, I don't want to repeat the whole stress reduction webinar. It's very good. But I do want to just remind you, when you bubble, make sure you do it one question at a time. If you have to take deep breaths every few questions, do it. If you have to do self-talk quietly, do it. But do not stop testing. No matter what happens, go to the very last question. If you are unsure, if you run out of time, guess. Do not leave any questions blank. You might get the questions right. You need the points. Please make sure you do not stop testing. If you catch a typo, question 35, don't even make it an issue. Leave it alone. Keep testing. Just keep going until the very end. Do you guys have any questions? You can put them in the chat right now, but otherwise I really need you to review these last two videos, specifically the stress reduction one I just posted. It's a very important video for you to go through, and the SHSAT reading math. On the test, if there's something that looks like a typo, let it be a typo. It's okay. I mean, if they have a typo, just move on. It's not a big deal. Do you know when I take the test, I'm in a charter school. You're going to take it November, I think 16, 17. They're going to give you the dates. There are 10 versions of the SHSAT, and you're going to get one of these versions. The stress reduction is blocked for me. Don't log in with your school's email. It's a public video. It's not, you guys can test it right now, but it should be a public video. And if not, should I double check it? Can you guys check? There should not be an issue with the video. I got a 630 in the Kweller test. Yes, correct. Pick your schools, no problem, and go into that test answering every single question. The video's fine, right? Stress reduction is, go ahead. Stress reduction is very important. Go ahead. What was your question? Omari, yes. Did you, those two videos are gold. Say that again. Can you type in the question, please? Does anyone have any questions? We're going to go into detail in the stress reduction video about how to handle tomorrow. If it's at all possible tomorrow, keep it very light. Right now, doing your homework, participating in a soccer game, basketball, right now, all of that is secondary, unless you just want to let your energy out. But remember, get your good night's sleep tonight and tomorrow. Listen to every single part of that video. It's a very good video. The actual SHSAT has different versions. There's a hard reading, there's a hard math. You're going to get a version. There are 10 versions of the exam. Email your tutor if you need to review if you need to get scores or tests or anything. Whatever it is you need, just email us. It's info@kwellerprep.com. Everyone, this is, again, I cannot stress this anymore. Go through that stress reduction video very carefully. Please make this your priority video. Okay, I'm posting again so that you have it. This video is a big deal. I need you to go through every single part of it. And then the Olga reading and math videos also go through every single question little by little. And that's going to be your time. Go through these questions. No matter what happens, do not stop testing. And make sure you follow every single tip in that video because it's very good. Do you guys have any other questions?
On the day of the test, would it be okay to just how do I say this? Like do some last minute studying before you go in, or do you just relax when you go in?
I personally always had something in my hands, and and in the video, the stress reduction, we talk about that. Take your Kweller notes. It's going to take about an hour to enter the building, for example. If you're taking the test at school, if you're, again, it depends on the situation, but absolutely bring your Kweller material and look through, look at it, take a look at your material, look at stuff you know, do math questions you've already done. It'll boost your self-esteem, it'll boost your confidence. Go through reading passages you've already done. I always took material with me up until the minute I started the test. So I wasn't someone who listened to music, or it was not me. I like to always have some questions in hands, and then I took the test and then I threw everything out later. But I always did it. I always had material with, and that includes the bar exam and the LSAT and the SATs. Every single test, I always had something in hands up until the test. Take it with you. If you use it, it's good. Just make sure you keep testing. And promise me that you're all going to go through that stress reduction video, because there's a lot of thought that went into that video. I need you to go through it. If you have any other questions, type it in the chat. We're going to go through it. I mean, tomorrow, is it okay if I do a test and skim everything? Yes, absolutely. I personally always study the night before. I always review the night before. I didn't study new material. I would study old just because I already knew it. I already knew the patterns. Study the old material you've already done. It's going to help you a lot. Keep studying the material and go until the very last question. And I bubble until the very end. No matter what happens on test day, just keep going until the end. If there's a flickering light, I can give you it doesn't matter what is going on in that room. You just keep going forward. All right. And bubble carefully. Does anyone have any other questions? I mean, most of the kids at Kweller get in. So, I mean, you're in very good shape. The material at Kweller tends to be harder. Just be prepared. By the way, I really want to add this. Please try to start with the math. Math is easier. It's more stimulating. If possible, the reading passages are very long, very boring, and they're on the most boring possible topics they can find. Like the topics are going to be like about sleep and yawning, and they're horrible topics. So please, if you could jump to the math section, answer those questions. Be prepared. There are 10 experimental for each one. So there will be 10 that you don't, you just can't get them right. By the way, no one ever gets a perfect score. It's on a curve of 800 and like 600 plus your gold and your like Stuyvesant level. So no one gets a perfect score in this exam. They don't design this test so you get 100. You're in very good shape. Before we part, what are the most important things we're going to do now? I need you to watch that stress reduction video and watch the Olga video. I'll send it out actually in a couple of minutes. I'll send it out as an email. If you have any other questions, you can email info@kwellerprep.com. But the most important thing is to stay focused. If at all possible, tomorrow, those of you who are taking the test, October 30th.
What happened? What just happened?
Her internet was so bad she disconnected. I mean, it's kind of relaxing. Enough yap.
Okay, everyone, go through the stress reduction webinar and just remember that if you could get picked up early, try to do that. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck to everybody.
Good
All
luck.
right? Good
Good
luck.
luck.
Good
Good luck,
luck.
everyone.
Good luck,
Okay.
everyone.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, Amelia.
Bye.
Good luck, everyone. Amelia, if you could just switch me over. Okay. Amelia.